May not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ya vet me ya.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
wamanye mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Heschak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. Pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America.
Public expression starting in room.
Good morning. Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'm wondering about minutes from the meeting. Last meeting, I was looking all the way back to January, and the minutes are still not posted on the website for the meetings, and we're in November now.
You want an answer from the clerk?
All of the meetings are posted online. All of the minutes have been uploaded through the last meeting, which was October 18th. Those are on the agenda today, and they do get posted during execution. They're all there.
Because it just tells me they're not available when I look.
Maybe offline we can help you find it.
Okay. Also, I'd like to mention in the consent calendar that there are raises again in the consent calendar. There are raises for the chief building official, for the division manager, for probation, the deputy director of transportation, again, in the consent calendar. I'd also like to mention that the Board of Supervisors did get a raise this year. Your guys' salaries went up by $25,454. And also the into your retirement, last year the average was 26% into your retirement. This year it's 36.4%. That's a 10% increase. It's $59,084. So that money I mentioned before that was over about $125,000 in your budget was not all for, teleconferencing and everything. That you guys did get raises. So, it's concerning. And it's concerning that there's raises again in the consent calendar.
CEO Antle, can you clarify, did the board get a raise?
Darcy Antle, CEO, no, to my knowledge.
Here's the budget right here, and line item, regular salaries, it went from $481,000 last year to $508,923.
So it's not per, you're saying 25,000 for the group. There may have been an increase. This year would only be, there was no increase moving forward to my knowledge. So it could be built in for support. I can look into it further for you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner, educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation, right? Today, it hasn't come yet. It's going to come later. And before I say what I'm grateful and appreciative of and who it is, I'm going to focus on one person. I don't want to get lost. I've been getting lost. I want to keep this simple for myself. And for me, I didn't like what happened last time. The framing that went on. So I'm going to reframe what I think that I saw and heard. Shamiz Covison, our auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, she's the one person in this room that I see as irreplaceable. Everyone else in here I could replace and is replaceable. She's not. And I've already said I don't want that to be an adversarial relationship as it's been in the past in any parts of my government. And I saw that being framed as adversarial last time. And she already feels like she's in an adversarial role. So I want to speak right to her in this gratitude and appreciation for what she's already done and what she's already doing for us. The board, from what I heard, offered her help in a nebulous type of way. She needs to come back, clearly and articulately state what it is she needs, whether it's a body for a day or a week, an outside contractor, whatever it is. I see the board struggling to communicate that to her, so I hope that she hears that that's what I saw the board doing, just not in a clear way. I believe they're expecting that clarity from her today. I am. We all want clarity in the numbers, but right now that person's overworked. And nothing else matters. The employee contracts doesn't matter. Your raises doesn't matter. The COVID stuff doesn't matter if that one person falls out. So I'm hoping that this goes really quickly and smoothly this morning, because you have a long calendar of important stuff that pretty much the decisions are made. We just come here to agree on them and get them stamped. That's fine. Let's get this one part this morning right. Let's get this one person feeling empowered, as she should be, to state clearly and articulately what it is that she needs from the board so that we can move on. And I hope it doesn't take a long time. Good luck. Thank you.
Those online can press raise hand or *9 to get in the queue. Yep, feel free to come up. Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I could suggest, I think we sometimes use this for the closed session as well. I would just suggest that we could note that.
Yeah, let's
public.
also take public comment for closed session items 6A and 6B.
Okay, this isn't off the agenda entirely.
That's fine. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Wendy Morelli, and I live in Hopland. And I'm actually here to whine and complain about the banning of flavors, vape flavors. I think it's the wrong direction. I know it's been done already, but what is done can be undone. And I would urge the county to reconsider it if Prop 31 fails. It is harm reduction. We've had massive campaigns about harm reduction here for years and finally made some progress. And yet we can't wait to run out and find something else to ban. Why is that? We know prohibition doesn't work. And when it's actual harm reduction, the places where flavors were banned years ago, a couple of years ago, like in San Francisco, they've seen youth cigarette smoking on the rise. Well, while vaping went down, cigarette smoking went through the roof with the same population. That's going in the wrong direction. I don't drink. I've seen far greater harm to our youth with flavored alcohol. And yet, it's a major part of the GDP to have wineries and beautiful restaurants. And we require people to be 21 to drink. We require people to be 21 to smoke cigarettes or to vape now. I don't understand the difference there, except for the GDP. I have lost loved ones to alcohol-related tragedies. I don't drink, but I don't carry a placard around wherever I go to tell everybody else what to do. Because I know it just engenders resentment, and ultimately, it creates a black market. And that market is far more dangerous, far more criminal, far more cruel, and far less reliable in product. This is what we experienced when the vape deaths occurred among the youth. These were illegal market cigarettes, vaping e-cigarettes with unreliable substances, and they killed kids. And this is what we're cultivating by our relentless need to ban something. And the other harm I want to talk about with banning flavors is the simple harm of things like the Reefer Madness commercials that we've seen funded by Michael Bloomberg. His name's right there at the top, so you can't tell me he didn't do it. This isn't a conspiracy. It's like printed. These are like Reefer Madness commercials. Do we want our kids to lose faith in us? Because on the face of it, these commercials are over the top. And the zealotry.
Try to wrap it up. We're past 3 minutes.
Well, I will just ask you that if 31 fails, please respect that and reverse it. Thank you.
Yes, please.
I have never done anything like this before.
Well, welcome. Please
to be here to speak
please state
before
your
you
name
today.
for the record.
My name is Catherine Anello, and I am a accountant and a tax preparer here in the county of Mendocino, city of Ukiah. 70% of my clientele is cannabis. And what I've witnessed in the last year, obviously the county is aware because not only are people selling their farms and closing their businesses, and then the county's been helping with the cultivation and the LEAP program and all the stuff, this equity stuff. But yesterday, I had a client, a dispensary client, who for the first time in 6 years could not pay their county bill. Because the county takes 5% of gross receipts. If you don't have a net profit at the end of a quarter, you don't have that 5% of your gross receipts. You have rent, payroll, cost of goods, electricity bills that have gone up, water bills that have gone up, internet that's gone up. And so they had half the money, but the county won't take half the money. And because of that, they will now pay a $4,000 fine to have the money 3 days later, because there's no leeway in the way you guys are structuring the fees. It's like day one, $3,800, day 29, $3,800. Like, it doesn't matter. And so I'm just asking you guys to look at the impact that this is eventually going to have. Down the road, 3 more months, 6 more months, if dispensaries cannot pay gross receipt 5%. You've given leeway to all of these other components of the program, but dispensaries, it seems like you think that they have some magic number. They're just a retail store, and not only that, but they cannot write those off with their federal taxes. So now the client that should have paid $62,000 owes $215,000 to the IRS, could not make those payments on October 15th. 2021 was an unprecedented financial year for cannabis because of COVID money. I've seen it all. Multitude of how money was spent in 2020 and 2021 versus 2022, and it's taken a 50 to 60% reduction in cannabis. So I'm just asking you guys to look at the impact that that 5% is doing and offer something, some leeway for the next 6 to 8 months so people can catch up, because everything's due on the 31st of the month. Your CDTFA, your excise tax, which is changing, all of your county reports are due, everything's due in the same day. And it's not gonna work. That's what I'm here to tell you.
So we appreciate the comment. I don't think the board has the power to change the tax structure. It was a vote by the people. It would have to be a vote by the people again. So that may be the avenue if the industry wants to.
And so I don't know where to start, but it's somewhere that we have to look at it, because eventually this program's gonna fail if we don't. So I don't know what the county has to do about that, or how you get, I mean, the voting now is, a week away. We're looking at 2 years down the road. But there were programs put in place for cultivators. So I'm just wondering where we could start with that.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I believe that a tax payment opportunity for cannabis is going to come forward to the GGC at some point, the General Government Committee, which now is taking up cannabis agenda items. So this is definitely on the forefront of that committee's mind, especially because we have cultivators that are going to be deprioritized because they haven't paid their taxes. So this is something that the GGC is going to be working on.
Well, maybe you could I'd love to give any input if you have meetings about that. You know how to get a hold of me.
The agenda is public, but maybe Supervisor Mulhern offline could help you find it if you're having trouble.
Well, I just would like to.
We can't solve it in public expression. I just want to make sure we steer it.
I just didn't know where to start. Yesterday I was here doing it and I was like, where do you start? Okay, Board of Supervisors meeting in the morning. I'll just be the voice for a lot of people that I know are hurting about it. Thank you for your time.
Any more public expression or closed session public comment in the room? online, starting with Dr. Andy Corin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams, CEO Antle, and board members. I'd like to give a brief update on the status of infectious diseases in Mendocino County. So I'll start with Mpox. Mendocino County had 7 cases of confirmed Mpox. 2 were treated and several dozen high-risk people were vaccinated. The outbreak is now declining throughout the United States and California. We now have a sufficient supply of the vaccine to administer to anyone who believes they might have been exposed or that they might be exposed in the future. People who want to get the vaccine can request it through their provider or our call center at 707-472-2759. Now I'll move on to COVID and other respiratory illnesses. We've been doing very well for the last 6 to 8 weeks with cases and hospitalizations falling to levels we haven't seen since last spring or even last fall. Case rates did increase slightly in the last week of October, but on average are in the range of 5 to 6 cases per 100,000 per day. Lower hospitalizations and outbreaks in Mendocino County and California wastewater surveillance data confirm this observation. Deaths in Mendocino County have been stable at 136, though the state dashboard at the end of last week showed an unexpected increase, which they are now treating as a technical error, and consequently we took down our dashboard until this is corrected by the state. Safe, effective, and free bivalent vaccine boosters that will protect much more against the current BA.5 and future variants are now available for everyone over 5 years old from our health department, our clinics, and pharmacies. We have also increased our county vaccination efforts by adding Saturday opportunities. Our youngest citizens, 6 months to 5 years old, should now get their primary COVID vaccines to be ready for the bivalent boosters. At this point, despite the falling case numbers, I'm concerned about the future for 3 reasons. First, there is poor vaccine uptake. While immunity from older vaccines and prior infections is waning, antivirals that protect against severe infection are also not being utilized when people do have symptomatic COVID. Staying home, masking, and social distancing not being mandated at this point, but very few are using these effective preventive medicine measures as recommended. Other respiratory viruses such as influenza and respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, are increasing earlier and higher now than previous years, threatening a tripledemic that could hobble our healthcare system. We've come a long way in 2 years, and now we all want to enjoy our first good holiday season and forget about the past. So to prevent a replay, I'm recommending, first, get the new bivalent shots and flu shots for you and your family. Use the masks in crowded public indoor places for the best protection. Test before the upcoming gatherings, such as holiday dinners. And if you're sick, stay home, get tested. And if you do have COVID, please request treatment in order to start it within 5 days. Thank you very much for your time.
Supervisor McGordy.
I have a question for you, Dr. Corin. So based on epidemiological curves, what's the scenario that you see for the coming year, starting now till say summer?
Well, I'm not going to go and answer that far out, but the forecasts by our epidemiology modelers have said that we'll probably begin seeing an uptick in cases and hospitalizations in the middle of November. And then depending upon the variants, it could be a significant increase, probably not as much as it was last summer. But if you add in the flu, which has been extremely low in the last 2 years, but at this point, the numbers are showing it could actually be higher than in 2017-18, which was a high flu year, and also RSV, which is very high. It could stress our hospital system. So the one way we can reduce that in the near future is vaccination. With the bivalent vaccines against COVID, the new variants that are coming up that are infecting a higher number of people the BQ1 and BQ1.1 and BF7, and there are many of them out there now, but they're based on the BA5 variant that we have predominantly in California, and which the new bivalent vaccine protects against very well because it was based on that in part, and that's why we call it a bivalent vaccine. It's based on the original COVID virus and the BA5 variant. So in the next few months, we could see a very significant rise in illness. And that's why I wanted to let people know about the protections they can make. Remember that masking is very useful for both COVID, but also influenza and RSV virus. And so when people are sick, they should protect the people around them. And when people are not sick or they're vulnerable, they should protect the people themselves using the masks. And they should not forget that. Even though it's uncomfortable, it's much more uncomfortable to be in a hospital bed. And then, of course, test before people go to their events this winter and enjoy the winter. I mean, we want people to enjoy the winter at this point, but we do have these viruses up and coming. So that doesn't answer your question all the way out to the spring because I just don't have that information and I don't want to fudge it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm calling in this morning to comment regarding something Supervisor Mulhern mentioned, which was applicants in the cannabis program being deprioritized. And as the board may have already heard, during October, approximately 70% of the applicants in the cannabis program were deprioritized from having their applications reviewed, either due to the department believing that they did not have an active state license or that they were delinquent in taxes. An informal survey that MCA did beyond our membership of all licensees in the county indicated that roughly 98% of those who received delinquent deprioritizations because of state licenses actually do have their state license. And over half of the people who were identified as being tax delinquent have receipts for the years in which they were identified as being tax delinquent. I bring this up because, we've seen time and time again people getting caught up in errors and systems that are being developed that are not as streamlined and efficient as possible. And when we are speaking today later on about the appeals program and the importance of getting that right, it's important to note that even today, as we are watching what's going on in the cannabis department, we're seeing items being instituted that are not necessarily the best way to achieve goals, and also creating additional unnecessary stress and tension on the already overburdened applicants. It turned out after communicating no plan with the deprioritization letters, simply letters went out and said, you have been deprioritized for one of these two reasons. The MCD indicated they were not able to receive a list of active current state licenses from the DCC, which is something that was achieved by a public records request in about 3 hours on October 26th. So despite numerous attempts from the director of the department through various avenues at the DCC, that information was not made available, was not received. And so this gigantic program underwent, and now we had 70% of people being deprioritized who didn't know what was going to happen once they were deprioritized, how that would impact them. And on Friday at the cannabis department meeting, that information was shared, but it could have been shared in advance of the letters so that everyone understood the plan. And so this is just indicative of the challenges that applicants are still facing. And so it's really important that this appeals process, when we understand that at this point, it is likely that folks will be put through that process inappropriately, that it is really created to provide a meaningful option for appeal and keep people operating during that time. And so I wanted to contextualize that. Thank you for your consideration.
Phone number ending in 7514. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, good morning. This is Kristen Navidal, the director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm not used to calling in from my phone. Okay, excellent. So I wanted to just share a quick update this morning about closures that will be occurring at the front counter. So on the weekend of November 11th, the Mendocino County Cannabis Department will be making the move from 579 Low Gap Road in Ukiah to 125 East Commercial Street in Willits. And in order for staff to settle in once we've moved, we will be closing our counter from November 14th through the holiday weekend, and we will resume serving the public at our counter during normal counter hours at the Willits location on November 28th. We believe this closure will give us ample time, as I mentioned, to settle in and prepare to serve the public in our new location. Additionally, the counter is closed today, November 1st, and tomorrow, November 2nd, because staff is in staff trainings. And then our tentative holiday schedule over the new year will be, the counter will be closed at the Willits Justice Center, located at 125 East Commercial Street, from December 26th through January 6th. The closure for the first week of January will provide the department the time it needs to work with onboarding contract planning services before we reopen the counter at 125 East Commercial Street in Willits on January 9th. And that is all I had to report this morning. Thank
Phone
you.
number ending in 5225. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. This is Hannah Nelson. I would like to echo the prior speaker who was speaking about taxation for cannabis businesses. I also like to let them know that LEAP program applications are available for all sectors of the cannabis industry if they are eligible under the LEAP criteria. So I encourage them to tell their clients to check those out in case you don't have to be a cultivator. But I do think it's an important highlight not only to discuss potentially looking at restructuring or the ways that fees and penalties are structured, but also lowering the tax rate. And lowering the tax rate does not have to go back to the voters. The board has the power to lower the tax rate. They just can't increase it without going back to the voters. Humboldt County today, in fact, is looking at the issue of their unintended consequences of not dealing with the lowering of penalties and fees, even though they were dealing with lowering the tax rate. And all of a sudden, they're realizing they didn't have the intended purpose. So I think that the issue of penalties and fees is a really important one to take a look at. Additionally, I echo what Michael Katz said with respect to the deprioritization issue. I, in fact, emailed the entire list with all of the pertinent information the day before the last MCD meeting to the department, and yet they still said that they didn't have access to the information. I think that it's really important that we work together to come up with solutions, and I think the government committee hopefully will dig in. But I do believe that it's imperative for this board to pull item 3J off of consent so that we can have a meaningful discussion, further discussion about the appeals process before it's just kind of pushed through without careful consideration of how these issues are impacted and the likely result of additional litigation rather than minimized litigation. Thank you.
Blair O'Clair.
Hello, this is Blair Auclair. I'm calling in. I'm a cultivator, and I just wanted to echo the statements by Hannah Nelson and Michael Katz, and also the tax person. I'm sorry, I don't know her name, but I agree with all the statements that they put forth. And I also just wanted to emphasize the importance of removing 3J from the consent calendar and having more discussion on it. As a cultivator, I think it's extremely important that we have a system in place for cultivators to continue to cultivate during an appeals process. What we're talking about here is agriculture. There's not a way to put the pause button on an agricultural business. And I'm sure you could hopefully look to Supervisor McGordy about this, especially as cannabis is kind of somewhat like a perennial crop, and that you can't just start again, especially in outdoor cultivation. If for some reason an applicant is denied and they have to stop or their cultivation license is revoked, they can't replant and start again. You're basically destroying their whole business, especially if through the appeals process, the outcome is that a cultivator that the department was in the wrong, and that the cultivator had the right to appeal and was able to win that appeal. I believe that in other instances and other types of businesses like retail or a bar, they're able to close their business for 30 days or whatever in order to go through a process like this. But it's just impossible for an agricultural business to do that. And looking back at the last meeting on October 18th, on item 4D, I listened to County Council's reasoning, and one of the items that he said was specifically to not allow continuation of cultivation, so that a cultivator could not so that the cultivator could not use the appeals process in order to harvest their crop. So we're looking at a situation where potentially the process would be used and the cultivator would not be able to harvest their crop that they have been growing all year in order to fund their business. So you would basically be destroying their whole business. So please remove the item for now. Let us have more discussion on it. And thank you.
Last call for public expression, public comment on closed session. Okay, that concludes public CEO Antle?
Yes, I'd like to report to the board that 1 year ago on September 21, at the end of a 3-year labor negotiations, the Board of Supervisors received a 3% COLA increase, as did all employees. The increase for fiscal year 22-23 is related to the increase in the health plan costs.
Thank you. On to item 3, consent calendar. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Yep. Supervisor Haschak?
I'd like to pull item 3J.
Any other items to pull for separate consideration? Okay, let's start with public comment in the room. Seeing none, public comment online. Michael Katz.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm calling regarding the appeals process that is being discussed today. As the memo that we MCA submitted on this, we feel that it is inappropriate to pass this at this time. We strongly object to the passing of it, as it does not provide an equitable appeals process for local licensees, does not allow continued cultivation or operations during an appeal, does not address the outstanding vegetation modification issues, it does not include previously directed board amendments, and it does not reduce the likelihood of lawsuits against the county. Ultimately, reviewing the process that's put in place here, and the lack of parity between people who have been operating ostensibly for 5+ years in this program to be able to continue operating, given the amount of confusion and misplaced documentation and inefficient systems that have been put in place, and the repeated direction of this board to keep as many people who are working towards being in the program and staying compliant in the program as possible. I can't imagine that the board would want to see en masse denials of people inappropriately, see that appeals queue get substantially longer and longer, and see the unintended potentially consequences of lawsuits because of how this program has been handled over the last 5 years. The specific reasoning listed for not allowing the continued cultivation, as Blair indicated, from the appeal, from the agenda summary, saying that it would disincentivize filing an appeal for the sole purpose of extending the amount of time they could continue to cultivate. And it's just shocking that after all of the conversations that have happened in this chamber over the past couple of years, that the board would still think that there's some incentive to, quote, game the system, the benefit somehow for people besides who have already sunk their life savings and all of their effort and energy into this program, moving through every flaming hoop that's put before them. They have actively stayed here while many people have left because of the challenges that are inherent in the system, and many people who never even came in the first place. So what we're talking about here is this tiny fraction of people who have stayed through this ridiculously complicated system, and the board seems intent to pass this appeals program that does not really provide them with a meaningful process. So I urge you to get this reconsidered, have county council come back after the veg mod considerations have been determined, and really support your operators locally. Thank you.
Blair O'Clair. She dropped off. Hannah Nelson.
Good morning. Regards to the appeals process, there's really 3 major items that I'd like to focus on. One, as other speakers have mentioned, allowing continued cultivation pending appeal. There are other code enforcement and abatement actions available to the county if there are issues regarding health and safety. I think that it might be useful to contemplate a distinction between the current cohort of applicants that have been through this long, difficult process through many different managements of the department and loss of information and data and new systems and new forms, versus perhaps going forward at a date certain once the department has full staffing and has all of its new systems worked out and really isn't behind, and people aren't waiting a year for stuff to be reviewed, et cetera, and past the most immediate state rolling deadlines beginning January. So perhaps there's a way to bifurcate the treatment of allowed continued cultivation, particularly since new people can't really start to cultivate. So it would make sense to bifurcate in that way. The current cohort has been allowed to continue to cultivate and in some ways have already, in many ways, already have earned a property right. So I would implore you to consider bifurcating the cohorts in that way. The other thing is that there's no state license, provisional licensing that would be available to most people, especially after March. Even all equity applicants lose that ability. So again, I think that these are special circumstances for this cohort that need to be considered. The other thing is that I think that one of the provisions really doesn't require the notice of denial. It lists certain bases, but doesn't really require a substantial factual basis to be given to the person being denied. And it makes it very difficult for them to address, and in a very quick way, filing an appeal and understanding the exact basis. So I would really ask that further flushing out of requiring a specific factual basis and evidence that upon which the department made that determination be included in the notice. And then finally, with respect to the hearing process and the person hearing the matter, really have determinations of interpretation not only come from the department, but rather receive multiple input as to the interpretation if there's a question in the ordinance. And as it's written now, it is literally going to be coming from the same department that made the determination to deny, and that just doesn't really satisfy the process in the way that's needed. I'm done. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Blair or Claire?
Hi, yes, thank you. I just wanted to give a specific example of the reason why I believe that there needs to be a continuation of cultivation during the appeals process. Specifically for one of our applications, I turned in the during the portal, turned everything in complete in the first week the portal was open, which was a year and 3 months ago. Back in April of this year, I sent in the county my updated state cultivation license so that they could have that on file. Just last week, I was sent a deprioritization email saying that they did not have my current state license on file. Thankfully, that was a somewhat easy situation to resolve, but according to the department, because there are so many incorrect deprioritization emails that were sent out, it's going to take them a long time to reprioritize my application. I feel like I have done everything that I can to provide all information that I need to, and it's just one example of the county incorrectly putting undue stress and incorrect fallacy on a cultivator. And this is one of the many reasons why we need to have continuation of cultivation during the appeals process or leading up to the appeals process after a denial. And I urge the supervisors to please pull 3J from the consent calendar.
I think that concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Supervisor Haschek, 3J.
Well, yes, you've heard some comments about 3J and the appeals process. I think that we did have a discussion last meeting about it, but I think that there are some issues that still need to be taken care of, especially the veg mod issues and this the stay of the cultivation. I think that all of these issues should be worked out in the General Government Committee. They're dealing with the cannabis issues right now. Supervisor McGordy and I, when we brought forth this appeals process, that our intent was to avoid, litigation and to solve the problems here locally. I think that if we can take a step back, send it to the General Government Committee, then we will be able to refine the appeals process so that we can avoid further litigation.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Can County Council comment on the very specific reasons that we separated the two? We are still working through the veg mod conversation, and we are moving forward with the appeals process. And if you could please clarify, I guess for the public, the reasoning for that.
Yeah, so just to remind the board, and maybe respond through the chair, at the last meeting, what was discussed was essentially how some of the timelines here would sync up, and how the time for addressing the veg mod, that would be going to the general government, I believe, in December, and then coming back soon. Even if this ordinance is adopted today, it'll be 30 days before the ordinance is effective, and then the fee will still take some additional time. So this piece was setting up the process by which those issues would resolve, not necessarily setting up what the ultimate standard would be, or the interpretation of the ordinance that would be applied by the department. So there's always going to be, separate and apart from the sort of the procedural issue of how does an appeal come forward, how does it get addressed, what happens while the appeal is pending. There's going to be a number of these issues specific to the ordinance that either are subjects for potential ordinance change, are subjects for potential interpretations by the department, or other sort of substantive questions. So I don't. Certainly we, in the board's conversation, there was discussion that these are likely going to sort of sync up, but I also don't know that you would necessarily want to hold off on creating an appeals process until there's no possible question about the ordinance, because there's always going to be some questions. I mean, that's, we have statutes from the 60s that still get interpreted in new and interesting ways today.
Supervisor McGordy?
So I agree with County Council that I think that we need to have the process more or less in place. The details of how it's going to be enforced is a different issue. I also agree with Blair O'Clair. It's kind of interesting that you have this infrastructure in place, and if you're a farmer, you still continue to farm. So Aaron Holt is here in the audience. I'd like to ask Aaron a question because this is relevant. So when someone is cited for a violation of the Ag Code, for instance, for drifting, pesticide use that's illegal or whatever, how long does the process take, and what are the implications for that farmer in terms of what they're not allowed to do? Can you please address the board on that?
Yes, thank you. Aaron Holt, Assistant Commissioner, Sealer Weights and Measures. When a violation occurs, there is an investigation of, fact-finding, and oftentimes the process takes 1 to 3 months to see through, depending on the severity of the code violation. But oftentimes through that investigation and headquarters inspection, things are turned around pretty quickly, and then the violation process and appeal can take several months. But oftentimes the overlining issues are resolved, and the farmer can continue operating within a matter of days, depending on the severity. But it doesn't really hinder the practices of ongoing farming throughout the year.
So if, let's take a worst case scenario where you suspect that a farmer is using an unauthorized pesticide and harvest is coming. Well, how is that handled?
There's a way to collect samples and submit them to the state, and that turnaround can take 1 to 2 weeks. But measures can be put in place, a hold notice for, until the results come back from the lab. There can be a harvest hold put on them, and that does have implications. It could take one cold night, or potentially could damage the crop as it hangs on the vine, or labor has since moved on, so it holding up the process can completely wipe out a crop.
Okay, and then I guess my last question would be, in the event that someone has committed an egregious infraction, and can they lose their qualified applicators or whatever their pesticide application permits for restricted materials? Or
yes, they're, depending on the severity of the violation, they could have their license revoked as far as their PAC license or their QAC license, which would inhibit them from primarily making recommendations and spraying restricted materials.
But in general, you are conscious of having a quick turnaround time on most of these investigations and decisions?
That's correct.
Okay. Because I think that's something that we need to bake into this as well, is that, we don't want this to be dragged on for months. And I would hope that using the model that the Ag Department does in dealing with infractions, that it's done, expediently.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear. There is a different existing process in the ordinance for revocation of a permit. And that's a process that does allow continued operation during the revocation process. There's a hearing at the end. Someone, once they have the permit, essentially it's a different footing in terms of what has to happen in terms of investigation, any penalties that are assessed or any rights that are taken away. What we're talking about here is a situation in which someone never had a permit. This is specifically an appeals process, and it's going to be the same process applied both to phase 1 and phase 3, but it's a process for people who never obtained a permit, who applied, and after at this point 3 to 5 years of review, were ultimately determined by the department not to be in compliance and not able to obtain a permit. And as it stands in the ordinance right now, that determination is final. And once that determination is made, they have to stop. The board talked about wanting to create some sort of appeals process because you thought essentially that you may want a mechanism where if some of them were denied improperly, you wanted someone other than the director to be reviewing that, to making the determination as well. We do have the hearing officer process. One advantage of using that's there is that it essentially creates a record that everyone's able to rely on if there is litigation going forward. So there's an evidentiary hearing, there's an opportunity to have that reviewed, et cetera. But the processes that we have for revocation or for penalties are different than the processes for simply saying you never qualified to begin with.
That's a good clarification. So what is the timeline, do you think, and typically for this kind of a process?
It's gonna vary, and I think I'd mentioned at the last meeting. Typically, the holdup ends up not being the department or the county. The holdup ends up being the applicant. We haven't quite seen it in this context before. The hearing officer processes that we've used have been in the context of code enforcement, which is a little bit different. But generally, what we see is that someone, they need a little bit of time to prepare for the hearing. They ask for extensions of time. We may see things get kicked out, 3 to 9 months, relatively not between the initial complaint and when it's resolved, but between when code enforcement has completely finished its investigation, has noticed up a violation, and has put something in place. Code enforcement could explain that portion, but I don't know that we really need to analogize on that too much, because in this case, we're only going to be dealing with a situation where, again, after years of review, or once this process gets moving a little bit faster in phase 3, presumably a few months of review, and the back and forth between the department and the applicant, there's a determination that the applicant simply isn't qualified, and it's at that point that we're going to trigger the appeals process. I think theoretically it can happen quite quickly, but what we typically see is that an applicant will request extensions of time, and that's typically given. And that's another reason why there was concern about possibly having a right to cultivate during the appeal period, because there really isn't a good mechanism to make sure that this gets resolved quickly, because the argument we get on the other side is you're forcing us into hearing when we haven't had time to prepare, and we need to look at all of this stuff, and we just hired an attorney, or we just switched attorneys, or whatever the reason may be that's presented at that moment.
So just to summarize it, what we're being asked today is about a process, not necessarily about the content, in terms of criteria for what would trigger the everything that could be considered in the appeals process.
Yeah, so this is the process for every appeal of a denial. Again, this is different than revocation. You already have a process in the ordinance for revocation. This is when someone's determined not to meet the criteria for a permit. The board had wanted, and I think there's good reasons to implement a process for having that reviewed, any evidentiary questions resolved, and then having a clear record if in case there is a litigation over the denial of that particular permit. But this wouldn't be resolving questions like, on the veg mod, things like, on the veg mod issue, there were questions like, if the applicant has submitted an affidavit saying that the trees were removed for health and safety reasons, at what point does the department, what level of information would the department have before it has a duty to essentially investigate whether that's inaccurate, right? If you have you happen to see photos of healthy trees, if there's, some sort of other evidence that maybe the statement was false, when are those duties triggered, and then what sort of evidence is the department ultimately going to be relying on when it makes its determination? And I think there are a lot of questions that are still open on that. That is what's coming back to general government, but those questions would be separate and apart from what the process would be used to develop the evidentiary hearing that this board wanted.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you. I'm just hoping that through clarification of the issues that are being debated, like the vegetation modification issue, that if we can get clarification on that it'll be more apparent to which applicants are meeting the requirements of the program or not. And hopefully that reduces the need for the appeal in the first place. Secondly, I'm just kind of curious if Aaron's still in the room, how many agricultural users go through that scrutiny that Supervisor McGordy talked about, where it's maybe possible use of illegal herbicides. Is it like 10 farmers a year? Is it 300?
I think we have well over 400 farmers just in traditional ag, and we probably investigate pesticide illness or drift on average once a year. So it's not a process we go through often. We have really good compliance and safety training that are required by all of these applicants. We see them almost every year for credentialing hours. So this really doesn't happen often, and prevention is where we aim a lot of our time to keep those from happening. So it's only there. It's only needed when it's only there when it's needed, but it's not a process that we have to go through very often.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, California has the strictest pesticide use laws in the United States, and continuing education is required of everyone who has a permit. So fortunately, we don't have very many ill workers, which is something extremely important. There isn't anything that we do that should result in people getting hurt in the workplace. So I'm sure cannabis industry is going to be in the same situation because they work with very safe materials.
So if I could, the only reason why I was asking that was, so the ag department, it sounds like they're dealing with on average about one farm site a year that's under this kind of investigation, this kind of scrutiny. And I think we've heard from the cannabis department that there are many permits in the permit application process that do not hold permits with the county, but they're in the application process. And through this review, a significant number could be determined to be ineligible. So it's multiples of one, and we know that. So that just the workload of the cannabis department and the number of potential appeals is multiples of the example we were given with the ag department. I just wanted to kind of establish, like realistic timeframes. If the entire ag department is dealing with one farm site on average a year, and we're potentially talking about dozens, if not a few hundred, in the application process with the cannabis department that might pursue this appeal process. It's just an significantly bigger task.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Hang on a second. I was looking for a motion on just 3J. There is one more item that we want to pull. 3B. We need to announce that the Mendocino County Fish and Wildlife Commission appointment of John Huff will be withdrawn for, pending further consideration. And County Council, do you have any concerns about the EMCC appointments?
Mr. Chair, there was a question that was raised regarding some potential conflicts of interest there. I have not had a chance to review. I couldn't say at this point whether or not there would be any problem. I'd need a little bit of time. If the board could put that over for one meeting, I think that's likely enough for us to be able to address it.
Is there board support for holding off on the 3B EMCC appointments until next meeting for council review? I see a majority. So directed. Okay, Supervisor Jurdy, I'm sorry, go ahead with your motion.
Okay, I'd like to move to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
And that's with 3B as amended.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Roll call. Supervisor Haschek.
Are we the balance meaning everything except for 3J? Is that what we're talking about?
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'm sorry, I meant the amended consent calendar, which included 3J.
Thank you. Does the second agree?
Yes.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item 4A, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance amending Mendocino County Chapter 10A16 regarding device registration and inspection fees sponsored by the Ag Department. Mr. Holt.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council, and Clerk of the Board. Again, I'm Aaron Holt, Assistant Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, and I'm here today to present proposed changes to the device registration and inspection fee ordinance. Since its adoption in 2009, ordinance number 4228 has not been revised or updated. The proposed revisions to this registration fee for weights and measures devices are needed in order to update county code to reflect changes made to the California Business and Professions Code and to increase fees associated with implementing Chapter 10A.16 of the county ordinance. Inspections and other activities performed by the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, are paid for out of registration fees, as stated in Chapter 10A.16, which must be adopted by ordinance. The proposed fee increases would better align the cost associated with running the Weights and Measures program with the amount of funds received from device registration fees and decrease the amount of general fund revenue needed to make up the difference based on current code sections. In our revision, we propose raising all the fees to the maximum allowed in the California Business and Professions Code. It is expected that these increases would bring in an additional $36,000 annually, of which most would go towards maintenance and replacement of our aging weights and measures equipment. The department's need to upgrade and replace aging equipment has been well documented over the past few years, and with the creation of an equipment replacement and maintenance line in this year's budget, the proposed fee change would decrease the deficit of the true cost of running the weights and measures program versus revenues received. That ultimately means that there will be a decrease in general funds needed to run the program. The 5-year average cost versus revenue for Weights and Measures program is $173,000 expended versus $127,000 revenue received, a difference of $46,000. Another notable change in this proposal is the removal of the exemption that read, "The annual device fee for such devices shall be 50% of the amount shown below." This exemption is referring to devices used solely at farmers market. Also, the exemption that reads, "Business location fees will be waived for a county certified producer who uses Weights and Measures devices solely in conjunction with sales at a county certified farmers market," still remains. In most cases, the device fee will go from $10 to $20 for these farmers market producers. And in an average year, this exemption applies to about 40 applicants per year and amounts to about $4,400 in uncollected fees between the location and device fees. This exemption was originally put in there to help minimize the impact to small business agricultural operations. And we support keeping that in there for them. Other language was also added to strengthen the remaining exemption to read, "All business location fees and annual device fees will be waived for devices solely," the word solely added, "used by non-profit youth clubs." Youth groups that commonly use this exemption are football and wrestling teams and youth agriculture livestock groups such as 4-H and FFA. On average, 3 to 5 groups a year with a total of 5 to 10 devices are granted the exemption, totaling about $2,000 a year in uncollected fees. These proposals don't get us to the point of recuperating the fully burdened cost of running the program, but they do better align us for when the state evaluates increasing fees in the upcoming year based on sunsetting regulations that will be worked on. So, thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Any board questions? Supervisor Hasjak.
Yeah, just to clarify this, with the devices used for farmers markets, so you're increasing the fee, but the fee is going to be waived.
It's a little confusing. Normally for a business, there's a business location fee and then there's a device fee. The business location fee is still going to be waived for farmers markets, but we're removing the 50% reduction, removing the 50% of the device fee. For a regular scale, the device fee is $20, and normally the farmers markets would pay $10. So now they're only going to pay $20, and where they used to pay only $10. So.
Okay, so it's the location fee that's being waived. The device fee is doubling.
Yes.
And is that per farmer's market that fee is charged, or seasonally, annually?
All these fees are on an annual basis. Not every farmer's market producer uses the scale, so it's only going to be farmers market applicants that use the scale in conjunction at the farmers market.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment? Public comment online, *9 or raise hand. Online, we have Paul Hansberry.
Hi, yes, Paul Hansberry. I'm just wondering, so all of this is so that the Ag Department can make $400 more per year by doubling the device registration, but not using the $110, whatever it is, location fee. Is that what I understand?
That's only a part of it. Those were a couple of the exemptions. I believe there were 3 exemptions that we just updated. In the agenda packet, there is a list of the new inspection fees, and you can compare it against what it was before. Most of the fees increased are other types of businesses. The fee for vehicle scales and certain platform scales was raised. Also, the fee for electric and water submeters, but notably the counter scales used at farmers or at all other locations and gas pumps, those fees did not increase. Those were already set at the state maximum. So there's only a handful of devices that were increased overall, but based on these fees, we expect to potentially bring in $36,000 more in additional revenue.
All right, that concludes public comment. It's back to the Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah. So Aaron, to me, some of us focus on the farmers market because we want to see them successful. And public health department over the years has had different grants to support the farmers markets, promote them, et cetera. I think there's been some SNAP programs for lower income households to get basically double their dollars at farmers markets. I'm curious, has the Ag Department discussed these weight fees with public health to see if there might be a state grant that could simply pay the weight fees for the farmers markets, because it is encouraging healthier eating habits, in which case you wouldn't need to be waiving the fees because we'd be getting the state to pay the full fees. So just maybe it's something for next year, but is this something your department's done or something your department could do?
No, we haven't collaborated with public health but I do see the potential for that being a good avenue to explore. There's all kinds of grant money out there up for grabs, so we just need the right collaboration to bring that, and that could bring in an additional, like I said, $4,400 or more. But anything to boost farmers market, which has kind of had a little bit of a rise during COVID, but something we can strengthen more because we always want to have more participation at farmers market. And the SNAP program has been really effective at bringing people in and should be promoted more.
Is there a motion? Supervisor Haschak.
I'll move approval of to waive the first reading of the ordinance amending the Mendocino County Code, Chapter 10A16, regarding device registration and inspection fees.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 4B, discussion and possible action, including direction for auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to provide an update on the status of fiscal year end 2021-22, close, schedule of school district audits, quarter one close, and other topics as seen necessary for ensuring continued governmental operations. Sponsor is Supervisor Williams.
Chair Williams, if I may, can we take a quick break before we start this item?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
We're taking a 10-minute break. Be back at 10:25.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
B, discussion and possible action, including direction for auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to provide an update on the status of fiscal year end 2021-22 close, schedule of school district audits, Q1 close, and other topics as seen necessary for ensuring continued governmental operations. We have Mrs. Cubison on Zoom, and I'd like to take these in order. And with each, the board would like to understand what we can do to support the auditor controller, whether it's additional funds, hiring outside consultants. If we're blocked on any of these items, we'd like to understand what we can do to help unblock. Auditor controller, would you like to start with the year-end close 21-22?
Good morning, Chair and County staff, Shanice Covison, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. There are still several areas of the year-end close that need to be wrapped up. I don't really know how to give you a status of that other than to say that, unfortunately, due to staff shortages and other time constraints and demands on my time, it's been difficult to make speedy progress on the year-end close without, having significant issues in other areas. I just want to, remind the board that it was the board's decision to move forward with the consolidation despite not having actually performed any analysis or understanding of what the implications may have been. And that consolidation sped up the unexpected and early retirements of Treasurer Tax Collector Sherry Schattmeyer and Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Julie Forrester. So, there's a loss of both institutional knowledge as well as the actual staff time to perform those functions and those roles. So, we had the retirement of the Auditor Controller in September of last year. This office also experienced a vacancy in one of the senior auditor positions in January of last year, which we were not able to fill until July of this year. And by not taking action to actually make an appointment, which I would have been willing to take the risk of perhaps not running and not being elected if I had been appointed to fulfill the term of Mr. Weir, would have put me in the position to be able to hire an assistant auditor controller. So I will say that I have hired an assistant auditor controller. However, she started this week and she does come from private sector. So there's going to be probably a significant learning curve and time frame before that person's able to contribute significantly and not likely to contribute to the actual fiscal year and close for 21-22 at this point. So there's an extreme lack of staffing that has contributed to the delay, but there are also competing priorities, and having significant vacancies in those other office tasks is also stretching me incredibly thin. So while I did appoint an assistant treasurer tax collector, there's still a huge, learning time frame and gap in making sure that person is, up to speed and able to learn all of the related tasks associated with property tax and, issuing. We had to get out the unsecured tax bills. We also had to get out the secured tax bills this week. So, there's been a significant amount of competing priorities and deadlines for my time as in trying to oversee that things are running smoothly. So I'm going to try to be realistic. I know it's not what everybody wants to hear, but I think most of you understand that I try to be as upfront and direct as I can be. And my estimate is it's probably going to be about 3 to 4 weeks. Hopefully I'll be able to have, completed enough to finish the close within that time frame. But there is quite a list of things that still need to happen. And I haven't had the benefit of having, staff fully trained and in those different areas to be able to complete those tasks without needing assistance or frankly, even having performed them in a government setting in the past. So I don't want to just, charge full, speed ahead and have there be issues because we didn't, take the time to try to understand the processes. But not having former Auditor Controller Weir available to assist with this year's year-end close along with, like I said, the staffing shortages and issues, it's definitely been a challenge. As the board knows and has expressed, and I have not, denied, we did have, the precarious nature of not having enough depth and redundancy in the payroll unit. And we did experience that significant pain that did come to a head. And so, I have been pulled in that direction of needing to oversee and be physically involved in a significant portion of payroll for the last 2 months. So, there are some competing, like I said, priorities and issues that I have not been able to just say I can just focus entirely on the year-end close without there being significant other detrimental risks because I'm not focused solely on the year-end close. So my estimate at this point, I'm hoping they'll be able to achieve year-end close before the end of November. That's my goal. But it also depends on the continued demand for my input on other projects. I've not been able to become fully involved, for instance, in Measure B, although the Auditor Controller is a seat that's normally at the Measure B committee table. I've also not been able to attend all of the retirement board meetings. So, I'm trying my best to balance the demands on my time and the required use of my time. But I would like to also point out, and I'm not sure whether anybody is aware or not, but at the end of September, the Government Finance Officers Association issued a 55-page report on the state and local public finance officer talent shortages. And that's a significant, account. Basically nationwide, there are 30,000 fewer state and local public finance workers now than there was in 2019. And every jurisdiction is experiencing problems in hiring and retaining employees. And I have to say, frankly, I get, solicitations from other jurisdictions on a weekly basis. So, and I can tell you from recruiting, several times for the positions in our office, they're difficult to fill. And unfortunately, that's putting in a significant strain on myself and my staff. So, I would say that there are positions that I need added and recruited for. And in order to be able to dedicate more of my time solely to the year-end close process and not be, for instance, pulled in the direction of needing to fulfill the treasury role that was being performed by Sherry Schattmeyer, I need to be able to have the positions that I've requested move forward. So at the beginning of September, I did submit a staffing request for a senior administrative analyst. Apparently that classification is only available to the executive office, but I did state my reasons for wanting that classification. There has been some discussion back and forth, but we've not made any forward progress on that request. That I did have follow-up email with William Schertz and Sherry Johnson, but it still keeps kind of going around in different directions and being assigned to other staff members to work forward on. So I need that level of classification as an analyst is what I've requested, because the feedback from other counties is that the analyst classification attracts the most appropriate and best skilled applicants for the treasury need that I have. We had considered it as a treasuries manager position, but that for other counties has narrowed the focus for applicants and not yielded as good of the applicant pool. When you're looking for an analyst, you get a much broader range of applicants than if you pigeonhole it to only being a treasury manager, which I'm not. That position is not intended to be solely treasury. It will be used for other analytical projects within the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So I have asked for that position to be recruited for at the beginning of September, and we're still waiting for that to move forward.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. It would be great if Sherry Johnson could come and update the board on that particular position, or maybe CEO Antle has an update on that position. And I'm wondering, so if at this point we know that we've been unable to attract qualified applicants, and as you said, this is really a statewide or nationwide problem, And I know that you attend national or, statewide conferences. Is there a vendor or a contractor or somebody out there that we should bring in at this point to help us really and support you righting this ship? I mean, is there somebody out there that can perform some of these functions to take the weight off of you and your staff?
I appreciate the question, Supervisor. I will say that we are fortunate that we do have Chandler Asset Management helping us with the majority of our investment portfolio, which is definitely a benefit to myself and the county that we have a large firm that's managing that aspect of it. And it is possible they may be able to do a couple of additional tasks regarding that. Unfortunately, one of the other areas that some of the other counties have is they sometimes use their outside auditor or another audit firm to assist with some of the monthly or quarterly treasury balancing tasks. And I haven't really put out an RFP or an inquiry for that. My experience in trying to just locally look for CPA firms that are available to do that is unfortunately the CPA market in Ukiah and the county is also contracting pretty significantly. I'm aware of at least 3 firms that have closed because they're not able to attract talent. So that is something we could possibly look at. But again, like I said, I'm not looking for this to be a full-time with regard to the treasury aspect of it. Another portion of that position is to assist with, like I said, some of the other analytical work that we may be looking at doing with regard to perhaps the TOT and other reporting issues that the board might like to see coming out of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, but also part of the adjusting we need to do for the combined office and the separation of duties, having to be able to maintain that is going forward is kind of what we're trying to look at in restructuring some of those duties that were previously being done by the Treasurer Tax Collector herself. Another area that is still pulling me in a different direction is the deferred compensation plan program administration. It's a topic that I've brought up a couple times over the last few months. Prior to the issue with the payroll division, I brought it up also, I think probably a month or 2 before that some counties or other agencies do contract out some of their plan administration. But other counties do it in-house. Some counties have a committee that do the plan administration. Some it's in the auditors, some it's in the treasurer, some it's in human resources, and some it's in the executive office. So I did try to start that conversation and have suggested that it might make sense for it to be somewhere else. It is tied to the payroll manager position currently. But it really, right now, as far as I'm aware, I've not been provided any conflicting information. I'm the only remaining plan administrator for the 3 primary plans, which means that all plan changes I still have to review, approve, and coordinate. So I have requested a few times that be moved either perhaps to benefits, to HR, to the executive office, or somewhere else. It was previously the payroll manager with the auditor controller and the assistant auditor controller as backup signers as necessary on those plan administration documents. It's a fairly complex task that somebody needs to understand the implications of those plans and the implications to the individuals. It's not something you can kind of just assign to whoever happens to be available. There is a fair amount of responsibility for those tasks. I did ask, I think it was Empower that provided me a list of consultants that provide those services to other agencies, and I have submitted that information to the executive office, but at this point, the plan administration still remains on my desk.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I see that Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson is in the room, and then also if CEO Anto could update the board on any kind of ability to move that last deferred compensation over to a different contractor or department. Thank you.
Good morning, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So I could actually answer both those questions. So we are working with Shamise on the administrative analyst. So the human resource manager, William Schertz and Brandy Dazelle, are working on that. As she has stated, that class spec has always been specifically an executive office position. So we were looking to see if there was other classifications that would fit. It doesn't seem that there are others that will fit. So they are working on that, and they will have it done by the end of the month. And also for the deferred comp, Shamice did reach out to me and Emma Saucedo, the principal analyst. We have reached out to Alliant, who is our new broker, coming up for the health plan, and they are willing to look at it and help. But we do need to meet with Shamice. We do need some information because this is all new to the benefits. So we definitely have asked to have a meeting, and that has not been set up yet. So we are looking at that also.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I want to support Shamice in handing off the 457 accounts, the deferred comp plans, to someone else. Just maybe people are not aware of this, but several years ago when James Wilbanks was at the director of the retirement system, the retirement board had a discussion about long-term, the retirement system taking over that plan, if the auditor would support that. So it never came to a proposal because the retirement system's dealing with a number of issues right now, but the retirement board at our last goal setting session, we emphasized that retirement planning, not just simply reliance entirely upon the county pension system, is an important educational goal for MSERA to educate the employees that they need a comprehensive retirement planning, and that the deferred compensation plans offered by the county can be an effective tool to supplement the county pension system. And so I do think that MSERA, Doris, the manager of executive director of MSERA, and I offer myself and others, I think that MSERA should be invited to be part of that discussion because, honestly, the retirement specialists at MSERA are actually probably some of the most informed people within the county system that know about retirement planning.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I did want to go back to the question that it sounds like being able to change the position and hire an analyst is some months away. If the classification will be updated until the end of the month, and then we need to fly it and interview and whatnot. So my question is, can we, the current outside auditor that we have been using, is it possible, and do they have capacity to help us finish up some of this reporting that Ms. Cubison spoke to? And I'm not sure if that's the executive office question or...
CEO Antle, certainly that's an option for us if that would work for Ms. Cubison.
I think we can discuss it with them. I'm not sure, like I said, on the day-to-day aspects of it, with involving the actual staff and what we're trying to accomplish with, just maintaining the county cash balances and the various accounts. But, that's certainly an option that we can look at. We do have to be careful, in terms of which other parts of they have to use other portions of their firm in order to perform some of these tasks if they remain our auditors for the audit engagement.
CEO Antle.
Also, we would need a list of those particular tasks that aren't being completed or that she needs assistance with.
Auditor, Controller, can you provide the board and the CEO with that list?
It's not a list of tasks that are not being performed. They're a list of tasks that I'm currently performing.
Can you provide the CEO and the board with a list of tasks that could use additional resources so that the CEO can align the resources that are most appropriate?
So the other areas.
Auditor, Controller, the audio didn't come through. Is that a list that you would be able to provide?
I'll consider working on a list to provide them, but every time I'm asked to provide lists of things, it means I'm not working on other things. And I understand that sometimes there's some benefit possibly gained by providing those lists, dedicating time to those things. But sometimes, in my experience, it doesn't actually result in me actually gaining functional assistance, as opposed to just taking away from my time to develop the list and explain what all of those various things are that I need that somebody else might do temporarily. So I understand that, but that's potentially an offer of assistance. but it's again a drain on my time to do that. So I will consider, providing that. What I really need is the position. I need the position. And so I'm not sure what we're talking about, why it's another month to update the class spec. If that's what we're looking at, removing the language saying this position is only allowable in the CEO's office. If there's an understanding that position can move forward, I don't know why we couldn't start recruiting for it now.
CEO Antle? Can you recruit for it now and then change the reporting structure later?
I'm going to refer to Deputy CEO Johnson.
Deputy CEO Johnson, I've asked William Schertz to come to Chambers, so he has been working on this with the auditor's office, so I'd like to come and have him explain the process. So
Okay, while we're waiting, Supervisor McGordy has a different question.
Yeah, this is just to back up what Supervisor Jurdy said about 457 or deferred compensation plans often being run by retirement, and it's not unusual in a lot of organizations to require that everybody participate, even on a relatively low level of $20 to $50 a month to start those plans, because they do add up for career employees. And I support having the retirement board work on it, on MCERA being in charge.
Okay. The next item on our list was schedule of school district audits. And we did receive a letter from MCOE. I imagine Auditor Controller also received that letter. Can you advise us on the problem at hand, what's not being performed, and what the plan is to rectify it?
Chair Williams, could I refer back to the prior topic for one moment? When in terms of the conflicting priorities with year-end close and the additional needs, I had one other request, and that is that departments and the executive office, I need the staff in those offices to really try to review what they submit for my review carefully, so that I don't spend a bunch of time reviewing and sending corrections back for things that we've already previously in the past discussed, or things that are simple to look for, ways to maybe filter information to double check whether things balance or don't balance, whether they make sense or not. So I do have some frustration with receiving things to review that I expect definitely a different level of analysis before it gets to me. So I just would like to ask that people, continue to appreciate that my time is spread really thin. And while there are things I do need to review, and I have no problem reviewing them, I really need people to take a second or third look before they give it to me, because I don't want to have to look and provide all of the corrections and feedback back to the departments or the executive office and have it come back again and have to review it again. So I just need to ask, that's one of my other pleas, is to please try to make sure, and some departments are really great. There's a lot of stuff I have to review and sign, and some departments are flagging, highlighting, making sure that I can find the backup documentation very quickly. And I really appreciate that. They've learned that that's how they get things back from me as fast as possible, but I still have some areas where I really need people to take ownership and responsibility for their information before they submit it to me. I know I'm the end check, so to speak, and I don't mind that, but I do need some assistance with, and even maybe that means somebody else's in your department's eyes need to see it also before it comes to me.
Which departments are problematic? That's how we're going to get to the bottom of this.
I'm not willing to publicly shame people right now. I will happily work with the CEO's office additionally behind the scenes.
It is the board's function to oversee the departments. If they're not providing you what you need, or the accuracy or the quality, we need to know so that we can direct the CEO to address it. I mean, this is the nature of you work as a department head for government, and there is accountability. So I would appreciate it if you could share with us which departments are not providing the financial information that you need.
The most recent request that I have trouble with is I was asked to review the proposed first quarter adjustments that I think will be coming to you next week. And my response was that I could tell on first look that there were issues that need to be resolved before I took a look at it. There are certain things, I don't know whether the information is coming from the department or if the information is being received from the department and prepared and then submitted to me by the executive office. I'm not sure where the issue is. I don't know if it's an individual department or if it's information that's being, consolidated and provided to me in a summary from all the different departments. But I can tell from looking at it that it is not, for instance, net zero for the general fund, or for instance, operating transfers do not balance with ins and outs. So I'm just saying that on a cursory look, I can tell it's not right. I've already provided the feedback to the department to please take another look before giving it back to me. And that level of detail is not taking place before it comes back to me. So I can't say whether it's the information that the executive office has received from the department or if it's the information that's being consolidated and compiled.
CEO Antle.
A couple of points here. The first quarter and all quarterly reports have always been collaborated with the Auditor Controller's office. And apparently there's some new ways to work with the new Auditor Controller, which the fiscal unit will have to adapt to. And I would also let this board know I have reached out per your direction at a prior meeting to find out which departments were not submitting their reports timely and which ones were delayed. I did that in writing, also on a call, and have not been provided any information until now, which is the first quarter report, which comes just before you next week.
So can you clarify, is it the executive office or departments?
For first quarter report, it will come to the department, submit it to the executive office fiscal. Fiscal combines that. Obviously, we've always historically asked Auditor Controller to review those reports with us together and present together. On this particular incident, it hasn't been brought to my attention until now, so I can't really tell you if it was our department. I know there was some concerns with public health adjustments that they requested, and we pulled the majority of those off, so that may have added some confusion in the attachment. I'm unclear as to exactly what she's referencing.
Thank you. So back to Auditor Controller. It's my goal that we leave this meeting today with clarity. I want to make sure the CEO knows which department she needs to talk to, what's missing, what you think might be inaccurate. And we can come back to it later in the day if you need some time. Are you able to provide more clarity?
Chair Williams, I did not indicate that anybody was late in submitting anything. What I indicated was that the information I was asked to review yesterday, I could clearly tell without looking at it very carefully that it had not been reviewed very carefully by the executive office. I don't know whether the errors, like I said, were coming in from the departments in that format, or whether the information was conveyed in a different way. I don't receive any of the additional information. All I received is a single spreadsheet with all of the adjustments that were to be net zero. And I'm just telling you that I did convey back to staff, and I'm sorry, I told you I didn't want to do this in open session, okay? So I don't want to be seen as being difficult to work with. This came to me yesterday. I was busy preparing for other things. I took a quick look at it and can tell immediately that there are things that should stand out to the executive office staff at their level as incorrect. They should stand out to them. They are things that we always look for every time that we've worked together over the last 4 years. These are the same things we always talk about. I need them to do the same level of review that I would do. It should come to me as complete. I understand that I work with the executive office. That's fine. But I hope that when it comes to me, somebody else has already thought critical thinking, looking at the adjustments,
we
made sure they make sense before they give them to me.
Yeah, we need to make sure it's not getting personal about our staff.
It's not. I'm just telling you.
I know everyone is trying to work diligently to get this done. The board is looking at solutions today. So I want to make sure that the Auditor Controller and the CEO have a handshake, that we understand what more needs to be provided so that departments aren't holding up the auditor's office. We don't have to get into specific detail unless we don't have that handshake, in which case I think the board needs to look at the emails and the corrections, and we don't want to micromanage.
You demanded that I be specific. You asked me to be specific. I told you I did not want to be. So stop making this as though I'm being personal. I tried hard not to. You put me on the spot be telling me you can't do something about it if I don't tell you. I asked to not say it. I'm not sure how you want me to answer you.
Can we get a proposal on how to remedy the problem? What should this board do to make sure the auditor's office is getting the department reports as needed? What direction would you like us to give?
I didn't ask for department reports. I asked the departments, as well as the CEO's office, take a second or third look at the information before they submit it to me for review. That's what I asked for.
All right. CEO Antle, can you have your staff take a second look before they submit it?
Certainly, no problem.
Thanks.
We'll make sure there's more eyes on it next time. I cannot assure that my fiscal department will have and know the level of detail that Ms. Cubison is looking for without clear expectations. She is the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. So
okay, I'd like to ask my colleagues how they would like to proceed. Supervisor McGordy.
So we have a new auditor controller. Everybody has their own style. Everybody has their own way of wanting to do things. Everyone has their own needs for specific information. I think it's really important to convey that. And while maybe we can't do that right here on the spot, I think it's something that could be an ongoing discussion that should be reported out on if there's, things that are really missing. I would like Ms. Covison to go through the report that she gets from the CEO's office and say, these departments are good. I can understand this. These ones are deficient. This is what I need. And set some standards so that we're not having personality conflicts over things that should be procedural.
Where would the board like to go with this topic? Do we want to get into more detail, or do you feel content moving along? Supervisor McGordy.
I don't feel content moving along because we've got a problem.
Yeah. How would you like to resolve it today?
Well, I just made one suggestion, and I don't want anybody feeling demonized or picked on. This is a team. We're all in this together. This is what the voters of Mendocino County want us to do, and it can't be solved by just one department. It's a collective effort that I expect all of us to actively participate in. And I'm open for ideas, because if we, this is relatively new to me. I really don't know all the inner workings of government and how people solve these problems. I know that they come up. I know that this is a tough issue for some of our counties to deal with, differences between public elected officials that don't technically have any responsibility to each other, but they do to voters. And, we can't just drop it and say, never mind, this is getting uncomfortable. I don't want to talk about it anymore. We can't change the channel. We've got to stay focused on this because it's affecting everybody. It's affecting us right now because we can't really go forward with a COLA until we're sure how much money we have in the bank account, basically, and what is our carry forward. So this is our number one task, I think, as a board for the moment.
Williams, this situation that I'm in is incredibly frustrating. I have taken on the task, been willing to take on the task, and have been at a disadvantage because of the staffing issues and the pandemic, the additional reporting requirements, the additional workload, the changes in staff at different department levels. Anybody who's worked with me closely knows that I am always helpful, always willing to bend over backwards, always willing to do extra, always willing to cooperate and provide guidance whenever possible. But unfortunately, this has put me in a really difficult position. The board has directed, as far as I'm understanding, that I'm supposed to be receiving the support and assistance to move through this time. And so when I ask that somebody take a second or third look to try to ensure their information is correct, I am not trying to be difficult. These are the same things, the same topics, the same areas. This is nothing new. These are the same areas that we've had to correct and go back to and address every year that we deal with budget-related items. This is nothing new because I'm the auditor. The new situation is that unfortunately I am in the position where there's an incredible amount of pressure from everybody that I get the fiscal year end closed and that I also respond to all of these different requests for information and assistance coming from, a multitude of directions without the staff resources to be able to adequately respond. This is not how I would prefer to do business. As I said, anybody who's worked with me over the years knows from a department level and other levels that I am generally very helpful. And, sometimes there are some conflicts with sometimes, but, for the most part, I think you ask a lot of other people in other departments. I usually go above and beyond to provide assistance, to help educate, to help inform, to provide the corrections back, to go back and forth several times on something. I don't have the luxury of being able to do that right now. I need the other county departments and the executive office to maybe provide me with a little bit more support and review those documents if they can with somebody else in their department if they can before they give them to me, because you all are trying to get me to get the year end closed as quickly as possible and asking what I need. And so that's me trying to tell you what I need. It's not me trying to be difficult and different. I'm not. These are the normal requirements. But I guess the difference is that I don't have the time this time to go back and forth 4 times on something, where normally in the past I would have done that. My frustration is this is nothing new. These are the same topics. These are the same questions I would ask. These are the same corrections that I would provide back that I've done in the past. So I don't want, this is not about personality. This is like, help carry the water. Help me get this done. Do what you can to help me so I can get this other part done.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I'm hearing 2 things. One is that we expect very high standards of what's submitted to the Auditor Controller. And this, I guess, involves also the CEO in terms of high standards. And I'm assuming that as things go through your office, they're being reviewed and double-checked for completeness, and so that they're ready to move forward for action by our Auditor Controller.
Certainly, they're reviewed, and we have a team working on it. Just like Ms. Cubison, we kind of have a new team as well. So certainly something could slip through, and wouldn't want to add anything additional to her level of frustration. I've met with Ms. Cubison frequently since she's taken on her role and tried to accept any work or suggestions that she has for our team to improve. Happy to do that. Again, we just need to be clear on where our shortcomings are, and then we will be happy to work on those.
So would it be possible, CEO Antle, would it be possible for the board to see the corrections that were requested to the particular documents? I don't think we have enough visibility into the problem.
I believe you're asking for the Q1 adjustments that were sent.
Yeah, the email exchange, both directions.
Certainly, I'm sure the team can forward that.
Okay, and then I believe we began to engage RGS to assist in financial reporting and the like. Would this be an opportunity? Could RGS look over the executive office files before they get to the auditor controller to ensure accuracy?
Certainly, we can do that as long as it meets the expectation of auditor controller. I'm not aware that our system and systems that are needed by Ms. Cubison or prior auditors at the County of Mendocino is standard across all areas. So it could be something that we have to work on. I mean, across all counties.
Yep. Supervisor McGordy.
So it sounds like we need to up our game a little bit on our financial reporting from the departments. And, maybe we're working with systems that Lloyd could look at and say, oh, yeah, I get it. We've got new personnel. It's different. And I want to be sure that we're working comfortably, that we're not trying to adopt a system that is perhaps a little bit inconclusive sometimes for decision making. I want to be sure that it's airtight and really good. And we probably need to up our game some. So there's that issue. Then the other issue, which we started to explore, which we haven't quite finished, and I see William Schertz is in the room, is where are we with the positions and help that Ms. Cubison needs to get this, her office functioning properly?
Good morning, William Schertz, Human Resources Manager. We are working on I think the request was to utilize an executive office senior analyst position in another department, which is specific for executive office. We're looking at the class spec itself. Not all analysts are the same, and not all class specs with analysts are the same. So what we're doing is we're looking to see what we can do to revise that particular class spec, as well as we look into other class specs that other counties use for similar duties. That's the protocol that we typically use when we're looking at new class specs. We were originally requested a few months ago to create a treasury manager classification, which we did. We drafted that, and then we were put on pause for that. So we are in the process. I've directed my department, our HR analyst to move forward with looking at revising what we currently have to meet the needs for the auditor controller.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, and what's the timeline? How do we light a fire under this process?
Well, it does take a little bit of time. I think that we could probably get a somewhat of a final draft by next week. If we change the class spec, for instance, if it's my understanding is that we do have a list for admin analysts now, but if we change the class spec, then we would still have to recruit for that particular class, because that class would have changed. We don't know if we need to change any minimum qualifications on that or not.
So how do we get to recruiting for the person specifically that the auditor controller feels that they need to get their work done?
Well, it's just a matter of finalizing, using a particular class spec, and then recruiting for that particular classification.
And how are we looking in terms of time to get that finished, that task?
The recruitment side, or the
everything?
Everything. Well, if we were to finalize the class spec next week, then the recruitment would have to, it could fly the same at the start next week, and our requirements are 2 weeks having flown the recruitment before we can actually get a list. If it is at will, the at will does provide some expediency as far as hiring process, which is the senior admin analysts and admin analysts are at will unrepped.
Supervisor Yardy?
Yeah, this is probably both for William and for, I'm really interested in these positions you're looking at in the auditor tax collector's office. And in particular, what I'm curious if they relate to the collection of property tax or transient occupancy tax. And for the benefit of the audience, although a significant amount of county dollars or state and federal dollars, our three local sources of tax dollars are property tax is our single biggest source. A majority of all property taxes paid by the public actually go to the schools, but what the county keeps is still the county's single largest source of local taxes. And then, of course, sales taxes, which the state collects and sends an amount to the county and the cities. And then we also though collect the transient occupancy tax from hotels, Airbnbs, et cetera, campgrounds. And so I'm curious, are any of these positions, whether it's a senior analyst or the treasurer manager, are they related to trying to improve our collections of either transient occupancy or helping with just sort of the auditor tax collector's side of the house when it comes to collection of property tax, knowing that the clerk recorder's office does the appraisal, which is a critical function on the property tax. So I'm just kind of curious, these positions you're looking at, reclassifications or new positions, whatever they are they related to the revenue generation or collection of those two taxes?
So the senior administrative analyst position that I've requested for the treasurer tax collector's office A majority of it would be involved with the investments, the interest apportionment, and the treasury management side. However, the desire also for the analyst series is because we still need to consider whether we're going to go with bringing forward a proposal to contract with something like Granicus or Host Compliance or HDL, wherever it is, whoever software we're going to use for data scrubbing to make sure that we're able to collect and that we are collecting the proper amount on the TOT side of the house. So we don't have a contract right now for that software. We haven't really brought forward a proposal for that because we're going to have staff that's going to be able to run those that program and help analyze the data between what the collection is coming and whether it matches with what the data scrubbing provides in terms of the occupancy that those establishments should have based on their, bookings, so to speak. So it does have to do with that. It also has a desire to work with some of the reporting needs that we need for the cannabis and the property tax. So, being able to have an analyst to be able to help assist with the data reporting and analysis in terms of the collection side. So I would say to Supervisor Dirty, my answer would be, I can't say exactly to what percent, but I would say that it probably would be about 50% related to the revenue side of the house and in making sure that we're either collecting what we should be or reporting or able to report on it. Is the other side of it, because we've obviously had challenges being able to get good regular routine reporting analytics available.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, it just makes it sound like this is a really critical position, and it should be the number one position probably that we're trying to recruit as a county right now in terms of, upper level management. So I personally urge the board to support moving this forward as fast as possible.
Well, I think we probably all support that. It's a matter of what can we do to expedite it. Supervisor McGordy, do you feel like you have an answer to your question, or do you want us to light a bigger fire?
Light a bigger fire.
Yeah. So, CEO Antle, what is the procedure for fire lighting?
It depends on what you're looking to do.
We want to fill this position ASAP.
Okay, so we will talk with HR directly, which I have in the past. This is the first time an at-will position has been asked for in the Auditor Controller's Office, so it is taking a little bit of an extra change. Those positions typically are only in the Executive Office. And also, I think, to Mr. Schultz's response about they were going down one path for a Treasury Manager and then put on hold and switched perhaps in September. So I think what you all had asked for prior was an organizational chart, and I think that would really benefit the HR department and the community to understand what this new department does look like and how we can better support and be prepared.
Wait a minute, we don't have an org chart?
To my knowledge, we have not received an org chart.
Auditor, controller, tax collector, do you have an org chart you could share with CEO?
CEO's office has received a draft org chart months ago. Maybe Sherry hasn't shared it, but they were provided with a draft org chart.
CEO, can you see about getting that forwarded to the board?
So this is, the issue is that the Senior Administrative Analyst series is in the Executive Office. The issue is not at will. There are at will positions in the Auditor's Office and the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office.
William Schertz, can you confirm at will in the Auditor Controller's Office?
I believe that the higher level positions are at will.
Okay.
Typically, the analyst positions you wouldn't see an at will.
That's what's new.
Right.
Okay. So the org chart will be forwarded, and if the CEO doesn't have it, we can request it again. But one does exist. What can the board expect on expediting the process? Is this something we can get done in the next week?
I believe that's what William mentioned earlier, Mr. Schultz.
Okay. McGordy, are you content?
Yeah, we're moving down the right path, and it also reinforces the work product that HR was going down the right path on. It's just saying, yeah, we agree with you, but now really, really make sure that you're paying attention.
The Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So I think in July we had a discussion about, this incredible task Ms. Covison has been elected to deal with the treasurer and tax collector and the auditor and controller offices. And so in July when we had this discussion, I think that the board asked for like the organizational chart or what your vision is for how it all is going to work under one person instead of the two people that were running those 4 offices before. And so I guess, and I'm being empathetic here with your plight, Ms. Covison, is that have you had time to step back from all the in-your-face requests that are happening all the time to kind of reflect on what it might look like? And is that reflected in the org chart, or how do you see things running? Because we've been focused a lot on the auditor, controller offices, and treasurer, tax collector might not be getting that much attention. But, I think we do have some issues there with people contacting me about not getting their, supplemental tax or whatever refunds back in time. So, I know that there's a lot going on. You're trying to close the books and everything, but the basic question is, have you been able to come up with the overall vision for how this is going to run effectively?
Supervisor Haschak, I appreciate the question. I'd say there's not a lot of time to step back from anything these days right now. I will say that, we had started the discussion. Actually, the Treasury Manager class spec was started when Julie Forrester was still with the county. And, that was kind of a direction we were going, but that was also because neither Julie nor I really had a good grasp of exactly what Sherry's prior role, what she had filled in terms of the Treasury and how much of it was Treasury, how much of it was property tax, how much of it was, overseeing operations. So we had kind of gone down the path with Treasury Manager position, and that I'm not sure, I can't recall on the initial org chart if it's Treasury Manager. It may have been, there was a position for that role, so to speak. In the combined office, I've not revisited the org chart that I provided a couple months ago. I will say that, this was supposed to take place in January. The consolidation wasn't supposed to happen until January. So in my mind, I thought I was going to have a little while to try to think about, how all these things and these pieces, would fit together and what made sense. But what I've tried to do is speak to other consolidated offices. I've learned a lot from actually having to do the work that Sherry was doing, so to speak, because there was nobody else over there to do a good portion of the Treasury related tasks. So I had to learn those from Sherry. I spoke with her several times. She's provided me guidance on those tasks. I've worked with the Chandler Asset Management. I've actually done a lot of those things now to know what's more involved and what needs to happen. But, I also, it's been a challenge for me because of the pressure to get the year-end close. For instance, I should have had 3 conferences in the month of October to go to, 3 weeks of conferences, and I elected to not go to 2 of them, but to only go to the Treasurer Tax Collector conference, which was incredibly valuable. So, I've had gotten a lot more input, been able to make connections, and so that's going to shape my thought process moving forward as to what makes the most sense for the office. So I really felt like I couldn't come up with a real plan, so to speak, until I was able to, get my fingers in some of the work, so to speak, or to have the opportunity to actually talk to staff in this county or in other counties and to meet with other colleagues so that I could actually have a more informed perspective when I tried to look at the overall picture. So unfortunately, I haven't had the benefit of stepping back and taking time to think about a whole lot of things because I am being pulled in a lot of different directions. And, we did, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office promoted, Cheyenne Gordon to Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. We have other staff in acting roles. we've recruited, we've hired, we're currently in, I think, the interview process for another revenue recovery specialist. We've promoted a couple of other people. So, I've been pretty quick and aggressive with trying to make sure that the tax collector's office is covered as best as possible. But I need this other position. I really need this position because it's got to fill the role. There was a full-time equivalent position eliminated when the offices were combined, but that didn't change the full-time need of work. That full-time workload still needs to be done by somebody. And so, that piece of the work is on my lap, along with everything else right now, until we get somebody else to fill it. And that's why I've been trying to get that role, filled. And I did ask HR to pause because the feedback from the other treasurer tax collectors was that a treasury manager classification, while they had a treasury classification, a lot of them were underfilling or filling with an analyst, a senior analyst, administrative analyst, a high-level analyst was what they were able to best fill that role with, rather than recruiting for that more specific, narrow-sounding position. When you put treasury on it, there's a lot of people who just aren't going to apply for it. So, and unfortunately, things they're gonna kind of have to evolve as I learn more, or as more things become clearer. So, I can't say exactly today what my plan is and what the full org chart's going to look like. So, there's been a change in what I asked for. And so I did ask HR to pause on that treasury manager before they took it further, to put that off, because it kind of became clear that I didn't want a full-time treasury manager. Okay. I wanted half a position.
We're here to do everything we can to create the correct positions and get the recruitment happening. So maybe we can get a brief update when we meet next week to ensure that that HR is progressing. And I hear your frustration and that you're likely overworked, taking on a much larger role. So I appreciate ensuring that you have this previous headcount, but I can imagine you may need even more resources, just so the board can get a sense of how this is taxing you as a department head. About how many hours per week are you working today?
Well, I've cut my hours back down to about 45, but I was working 7 days a week for a while.
Okay.
And unfortunately, that was too much for me. But I worked last week literally sick until I had a fever and was unwell to work anymore. So I've been doing this pace for too long, and so I've had to dial it back to normal, so to speak.
Is there anything more the board can do to assist with staffing? Do you need temporary resources? Do you want RGS assigned? What can we do while we're recruiting?
I appreciate that. We do have an open recruitment that I think HR is doing. I think it's already closed. They're probably in the review and ranking process for the accountant auditor 1s and 2s. And I had sent that out to recruit with the intention that it would likely be used for payroll and also for the auditor's office. So I am hopeful. I don't know how many are going to pass the qualifications on that, but I am hopeful that both payroll and the auditor's office may be able to fill something from that. So it is possible that I'm going to be looking to fill another accountant auditor. And I don't know if that'll just be a dual fill for a while until we sort out the positions. But unfortunately, there was a lot of hope that going with the new property tax system would streamline and make things more efficient. And that's not been the experience. While ultimately, when it's finally fully configured and balanced and in good shape, I think it will be a good product, but the processes seem to be a little bit more involved. And I do think this office is probably going to need another accountant auditor in the auditor side for property tax, because we only have one position right now that's fully dedicated to property tax. And then there are still some property tax tasks that are on my lap regarding property tax. So, that's part of the issue, is that we've needed to get unsecured and secured bills out. And right now we're working through, and this is one of the issues, not somewhat related to where you were trying to go with schools. And that is that right now we're working, my office's staff is working with Auditor because we need to do state reporting for schools in the next 2 weeks. And so we're trying to make sure that all of that reporting is accurate and ready to submit. And last year we had to do everything manually and outside the system. This year it looked like we might have to do that, but we have kind of sounded the alarm and tried to light a fire under Auditor to make sure that we have additional resources and that information is able to come out of the system and not have to be done externally out of the system. So I am hopeful, I will say I never hold my breath when it comes to Auditor that they'll actually meet the task yet. But I'm hopeful that we've sounded the alarm high enough up the chain that hopefully that information will be available as needed. But that's the other issue with, being able to keep up with those mandated services and then also pivot. So we just issued, supplemental bills, we just issued secured bills. So those are all hitting in this next week. So that's going to be the busy time for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. They're going to be, payments are going to be coming in through the beginning, the middle of December. So it's going to be very busy with phone calls and collections, people coming in. And, we're in the auditor side dealing with state reporting for schools and also to the state for the next month. So, and, assessor, everybody will start getting calls the minute the tax bills hit the mailboxes. So being able, we don't have the luxury of immediately being able to pivot and go to supplementals and refunds and corrections. It's kind of like there's a constant, churn right now. So I'm not sure Supervisor Haschak. I couldn't say today. I couldn't predict when we'll be able to get back to supplementals and corrections. We've been pressing Auditor very hard. You'll probably, I don't know, get an update from IT at some point. To finish their conversion balancing. They're very aggressive. They've asked to work with us this week to kind of show us what they've come up with, which is great. That's good progress. They brought back one of their key conversion specialists in the last probably 2 months. So they're finally back to that task, but it hasn't been concluded yet. But that's, again, another task that in order to help validate that and confirm that they've gotten to the right place, that requires that person in my office to be fully involved with those sessions and myself to be partially involved with those sessions to make sure they've achieved the task. So, we're working through the property tax issues along with trying to keep up with just get the bills out, get the collections in, deal with the conversion issues and try to get back to corrections and supplementals. So there's a lot that's going on in both of these offices still. And so there's a very good likelihood that we might need another tax position in the auditor's office just to handle all of the workload associated with the new system.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at the option of using extra help functions or positions for some of this work, because it seems like some of the work is not consistent, and even if you have extra help doing very basic tasks that would free up other staff to work on some of the reporting, is that an option for you?
Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. I mean, we do use extra help in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office for tasks that are, can be, we have somebody who comes in on the weekend who's worked for the county for a long time, might be opening mail and, getting deposits ready to process or, some of those more simple tasks. But when it comes to anything that's really related to property tax, you need to know what you're doing. And unfortunately, property tax is very specialized. That's not really, it doesn't happen in most other businesses. It doesn't happen it's not the same in another, jurisdiction. There's no property tax processing in a special district or a city or, it's very specialized to just the counties and the way California does it. And so it's kind of hard. I've tried asking some of the staff that we work with at Auditor, are you interested? Could we hire you away? Can you work, on a different hours schedules, maybe just for the county? I've tried asking other auditor controllers that I'm aware are retiring or not, running for another term, if they'd be willing to, come work for us as extra help. So, I appreciate that concept. I'm not quite sure how that works in terms of the tax realm without actually, having to take the time to train somebody at this point.
On the school district audit schedule, I think you said 2 weeks. Was that to start or to finish? And I know it's conditioned with the software working, but best case, are we looking at about a couple weeks?
It's not an audit. It's a report.
Yeah, schedule of school districts audits.
I'm just saying that the letter, the letter that you have from MCOE. The school district audits, I honestly wasn't sure if that was a typo, if you were still back to special districts or school districts. We don't track the school district audits. We track the special district audits. So if you're asking us to start tracking the school districts and their audits, that would be a new task.
Quarter one close.
Quarter one, I wouldn't say close. I'm not sure that we would close it without closing the year, but the journal entries for, I think for July and August are all posted. We have 20 outstanding from departments that have either been returned for corrections or we haven't received the actual journal entries for. There are a couple of journal entries in September that still need to be finished for payroll, but we have continued, whatever we can continue to process in the new year, we are still processing. I still have staff. It's not as though because we haven't closed, we're not moving forward. We're still doing journal entries in the new year. We're still posting journal entries. We're still doing transfers, the other normal and routine business that happens. More of the issue with the close of the prior year has to do with things like, fixed assets, construction in progress, depreciation, final closeout on the realignment transfers. But all of the other stuff is still moving forward in the new year. Typically what happens is that when we close the year, we usually very quickly close the July, August, September, however many months we still need to catch up. Those usually close, very, very quickly and sometimes right after the other because we're still processing those entries.
Based on your current resources and tasks, what's your best guess, a date for quarter one close?
I would hope probably by the middle to end of December for having July, August, and September close, possibly October if we're able to continue on the pace that we're on. I do think, I've not had the time and I haven't had the opportunity to meet with CEO Antle and the fiscal team specific to some of the the new requests for departments to do their entries more timely if we're going to change come up with a reporting, structure for what reports the board wants to see. I haven't seen any examples of what some of you may have gotten. I don't know if you've gotten some examples from some of your colleagues of what other counties are providing. We did meet with the CEO and Client First and the fiscal team last week, to discuss, reporting options and meeting with the software vendor next week. That discussion did happen, but I'm not sure, we haven't kind of formulated the plan, and I haven't. I mean, maybe it was discussed at a department head meeting that I was not able to attend, but we probably, I would imagine, need to have a discussion with department heads or their fiscal staff to additionally clarify, the expectation of making sure that they get a lot of those entries in a lot more timely. Because it's not always easy for the auditor's office to know exactly what's not there yet, what's missing, if they've normally only kind of given it to us at the end of the year, to be able to predict exactly what should be in there on a monthly basis or quarterly basis if they haven't really been doing it that way, for many, many years, if ever. So, that's going to be kind of a fluctuation of knowing exactly whether we have everything we should have. I mean, we make sure that we have the standard entries that we know we recognized, or that we have received everything that's been entered before we post it. We make sure we've got the documentation. But I don't have a good sense of knowing whether, a department has completed all of their salary cost applies between all of their different budget units when they normally only give them to us once or twice a year to know whether they've done every month. So, I think there's an ongoing discussion that needs to start, happening. And maybe that's something the CEO budget team has already done. I'm not sure.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, it goes back to the kind of the quality of information that is coming down to the Auditor Controller's office and the promptness of closing the books. So right now, CEO Antle, what's the standard procedure for monthly financials?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Yes, as a budget ad hoc, we're working through what finances you want to see on a monthly basis. The only thing that we're able to do is budget to actual. And that's pretty consistent across counties. We are also working with Client First to see what is in the system, what is in Munis, that we may be able to start running and updating on a regular basis and provide to this board. I would also state, as far as working with the departments, that work has already begun to encourage them to move more timely with their regular reports, get those things in. We would need some timelines from Auditor Controller as to when, but usually, with the exception of the last 3 or 4 months, the months close around the mid of the next month, right? So the team would need to really be on top of their journal entries and their documentation to get those to the Auditor Controller to close those months so that you could have a closer to budget actual report.
So do you feel like that's a real disciplined process at the moment?
Correct.
Okay. So we're not missing anything because of a lack of management?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's setting the expectation with the departments and their timeliness, and then to understand, I see Chief Locatelli is here for a different reason, but such as his department, there could be some reports that they only file quarterly. And those we would need to note so that you knew that we've may show the expense, but we haven't incurred the revenue. But the bill had gone out to collect their realignment or other monies.
Thank you.
Do we have any final remarks from HR? Sherry Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So I just wanted to state that, and I do acknowledge that I had received an org chart from Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and it was not, it was in draft. So we did meet about it, and we were asked just, hold on to it, just don't release it as she had mentioned earlier that she was meeting with other counties or trying to gather other information. So Human Resources does have that, so I just wanted to confirm that we do have that information. I do believe it's not up to date at the moment because of different positions. There's not a senior admin analyst on there. There's most likely a treasury manager. So that we would need to work with her to update the information. I also do want to say that I hear everybody that Human Resources will make this a priority to get these positions staffed. I understand it. My staff has heard it, so we will be working on that. The auditor appraiser position will close November 8th, so that's still flying right now. And so whatever other assistance that we can provide, but I just wanted to state that.
Thank you. Well, I think we're on to other topics. I had 2 other topics. The board is currently negotiating with our bargaining groups, and it's been a real challenge for the team because we don't know how much money we have to work with. Given that the fiscal year close may be done in about a month, is there any guidance at this point, any rough estimates? And I'm just looking for, are we expecting 200,000 carry forward or 4 million? In the largest of terms, are you able to approximate based on the data that has been entered?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
No? Okay. And the other question, I think there's $6 to $7 million of cannabis business tax that hasn't been collected. If we wait long enough, we won't be able to collect it. And the board, I think we all have an obligation. This was passed by the people. It's our job to make sure it's collected. What is your office planning as far as collections?
I'm sorry, I was not prepared to answer a question about cannabis collections today. That was not part of the agenda item or any indication you wanted to discuss that today.
It's other topics related to auditor, controller, tax collector. Could you come back for a follow-up meeting and advise on whether you need any resources? I don't want to drop the ball. I think there's almost $7 million that's owed to the county. We need to be clear about next steps.
That's a new topic for conversation. I'm sorry, I was not prepared to answer that question today. If you want the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to step up collections on cannabis that's, long past due or has extremely large interest and penalties associated with it, I'm not sure that's going to be an entirely fruitful process. So, if you want us to redirect resources to that task right now, I'm not sure.
Just to be clear,
that's the best use of time.
I'm not asking you that you redirect resources. I just want to be clear. The people pass this tax. It's our job to collect it and then spend it wisely. And it seems that we're not taking any action. So I would like to understand what the plan is. Not asking for a redirection. I just want transparency. CEO Antle, can that topic come back?
Certainly, I can work with Auditor Controller and bring a report back to the board.
Okay. Supervisor Jordy?
This topic might need to go back to the board if we are needed to take some action. But I guess I'm just trying to understand if it does need to go back to the board. It could be that this is something that between county council, the executive office, and the treasurer's office, that there might be tools available to collect those taxes. And if not, then yeah, sure, I'd like to have it brought back to the board. But if this is something that could be with the assistance maybe of county council, if this is something that the county can collect, I don't know that it automatically needs to come back to the board.
County council?
We can certainly provide some support on that. I think to the extent that there's a question of whether the treasurer tax collector might need more resources, that might be something that ultimately would need some board authorization to move forward. But I'm happy to work with them and sort of see what we can do at this moment.
County council, given that this is an operational detail, we're not asking for any policy change. We just want to be able to report to the public. Who is the owner? It was a tax passed by the voters. I see that the tax collector being instrumental to that process. Does the board have a role?
Well, certainly the board has a role in terms of any adjustments that you want to make to the ordinance. You've got a role in terms of providing any resources and providing your oversight functions. I guess I don't know that there's anything that's waiting on board action, if that's what you're asking. But there are legitimate board functions as part of this.
Okay. Supervisors, do you have any other questions? Supervisor Mulhern?
So if Ms. Cubison is able to close in November, could we have a report back to the board on December 6th? Or what would the agendized item look like? We wouldn't hear that until January? Or is something being included in the CEO's report? I think Chair Williams got to the point that we're really looking for some information to get back to the union for continued discussions about COLA. So what is our timeline for being able to present something publicly?
Was that to me or to the auditor controller?
It's not, I'm sorry, it's normally it would come forward, fiscal year and close, and then any adjustments, at some point for what you're going to do with those funds would typically happen at first quarter. So, it is definitely, kind of out of sequence. You're going to hear first quarter and you won't be dealing with any carry forward at that time. I don't have a problem, providing the information that, when we close, what the close result is. What other action you may or may not take as a result of that, I'm not sure that depends on if you already have a plan for anything that, may or may not be available as carry forward.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I did, have something that I think is coming up for me during this conversation. And, I've heard very clearly that you have a lot on your plate. And I think, the board has said, how can we support you? Are there, contractors that can do some of that work? We're happy to help you work through that. I think the executive office would be happy to help you work through the RFP process if we can figure out who can be assigned other tasks. It was part of the grand jury reports, and I think it's an ongoing conversation that for the board to receive updates from elected officials and department heads, the CEO report is really an incredibly useful tool. And I'm sure that CEO Antle would, confirm that if you have something you want to submit an update to the board, that they would be able to make space in the CEO report for that. And one of the things that came up today was that there have been several new positions that have been filled, and I think that that's important for the board and the community to understand, is that that process is moving forward and that your department is trying to staff up to be more proactive in some of the reporting that's gotten behind. So I think if you can take a few minutes to use that opportunity to do an update, I think that would be incredibly beneficial.
And I would ask if these dates slip, the 1 month estimation for the year end and mid-December for the first quarter close, could you notify the CEO so she could get that in the report? That would be a way to apprise the board that these estimates are shifting. And I understand you could have software problems or staffing or unforeseen circumstances, but I think that would be better than it coming to us as a surprise after the fact. Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Haschek?
Just to be clear, I thought I heard Ms. Covison say that there wouldn't be any carry forward. And so I just wanted to get clarification on that. Are you saying that from what you're seeing, or where is that coming from?
The question was whether I had any sense of whether there was any carry forward, if it was a couple 100,000 or a couple million. And my statement was I don't have any sense. I'm not prepared to issue an opinion, one way or the other at this point. There's still a significant number of entries that need to be made and transfers. The board directed that money be moved to, the designated reserve for certain purposes. There's still designated reserve adjustments that need to take place for the use of the PG&E fund. So until those entries have all been made, it's not really a good idea to look at the report in the system and try to predict whether that's whether we're close, whether that number, there's not just a couple of things left to happen. There's still several entries that could swing something in a different direction. And I'm not comfortable, providing a guesstimate as to what we may or may not have.
But that should be clear with the close of the books, right? Okay.
Public comment in room. And those on the phone can press *9, or on Zoom, click raise hand to get in the queue. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to read from the Code of Ordinances, the county's own Chapter 2.28 in regards to the county, the CEO officer. The Board of Supervisors expects the CEO to exercise overall responsibility for sound and effective management of county government pursuant to board policy and adopted budget. The board fully expects the CEO to exercise clear and direct management authority and responsibility and to hold the CEO specifically accountable. In another section, the CEO is accountable for the effective administration and management of all governmental affairs of the county, which may legally be placed in the CEO's charge and control by the Board of Supervisors. Nothing in this section shall preclude or impinge the authority of a majority of the Board of Supervisors from giving direction to the CEO in public session. The primary duties and responsibility of the CEO shall be to plan, organize, control, and direct the overall operation of the county, prepare, present, and monitor the county budget, promote county activities and affairs with government and private entities, community organizations, industry, and general public, and serve on various committees and agencies. One more section. The CEO shall serve as a problem solver, coordinator, mediator, or other role as determined appropriate by the supervisors in serving the needs of the county department and county government overall. Being an outsider looking in, I see that you guys put a lot of pressure on Shamice, who's obviously just been thrown into all of these positions, but I rarely see, sorry, CEO, that you know, I don't mean to throw you under the bus, but you barely put pressure on her. Like, she'll come and she'll say, well, I don't have that. And then she like either blames it on Shamice or she hasn't gotten things. It is her job. If the departments are not getting in the information to the auditor, controller, whatever, it's the CEO's job to get that, as right here in our own county ordinance. So I don't, you know, there's been a lot of you know, blaming going on as I sit here and watch and, you know, for the last year, but no one's really putting pressure on the CEO to bring forward things. I mean, when you ask for things and expect them at another meeting, it never comes back. It's never put on the next agenda. It just like, I don't know where it goes. It goes into space somewhere. So nothing comes back. Like, I feel like, you know, Shamice has been getting thrown under the bus here for a while on things, but I don't feel the CEO has been doing her job adequately. Thank you.
So I have a question for you. Do you have any sense of which departments are not reporting? That's what I was trying to get today, so that I could direct the CEO to address those departments. And
Right.
I'm walking away still not understanding which departments are failing to report accurately.
Me neither. That's what the CEO never tells us. I mean, she really never like reports to us.
She doesn't know is the problem. That's what I was trying to get out of the auditor controller. Which departments are a problem? We can ask Darcy to fix it, but I can't ask Darcy to fix it if I don't know which departments are a problem.
Right. Well, I know at one point there was, you know, Shamice was saying that departments hadn't got back to her with their, you know, with totals, or there was, you know, things that need to be clarified. But per the CEO, she should be doing it and following up with these departments of whose numbers aren't there. And if she's in control of the budget, she should know which departments aren't coming back. So that's where I'm at. I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to finish public comment, or do you have CEO? Okay. Anyone else in the room? Yep.
Hi, Kiki DeLong, Chief Deputy Auditor Controller, County Mendocino. You know, it's really painful for our office to watch these board meetings. You know, it strikes me as somewhat hypocritical the way you address Shamice specifically with regard to wanting her to name the departments that, you know, she's asking for a little bit more analysis before sending to her, asking her for her input. So, you know, against her will, she named the CEO's office and asked that they review it a little bit more. And then you took her to task for, you know, getting personal and being, you know, having a personality conflict, maybe being difficult to work with. It's really obvious to our department that the agenda here is to see our office fail, and you know, you pay lip service to trying to provide support, but then she's basically just your scapegoat. You know, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional. You basically blew up our two offices by forcing this consolidation against both offices' will, against Sherry and Julie and Shamice and Lloyd and several of the community members speaking out against moving forward with this, not forever, just until there was a plan in place, until you had done a study to say, well, just because Sonoma County, which is huge and close to the Bay Area and has a draw for employees, you said, well, they did it, and so we can do it. There was no study to see if there's going to be any savings, any efficiencies for our county. There was no action plan. There was no, you just took her to task for not having an organization chart yet. It's like, well, you need to take care of this stuff, because we basically blew everything up, and then we, created this urgency ordinance to appoint you to clean up our mess, and now we can blame you for everything that's not getting done in these two departments. No, that's not the way it works. We all have to work together, and this is really petty, but at the last minute, Shamice asked me to go to a conference in Petaluma. My parents live in Santa Rosa. I stayed at their house. I drove down there. It was a 2-day event. I drove down from their house again. I came back. I put in a request for $100 for my gas, and it was denied because I didn't request it in advance. And, so that's time out of Shamice's schedule, that's time out of my schedule, so we can, write a letter and resubmit to ask for our gas to be paid for the conference. And I just feel like there's just this stonewalling of our department from the board, from the executive office. And it's getting really frustrating. We're all working very hard to try to carry the load of not having enough staff, not having enough hours, and when we watch these board meetings and see this two-facedness where you say you seem to be wanting to be supportive, but then you take every opportunity to make Shamice your scapegoat, it makes us all want to just take a vacation, which I haven't done. I've been getting, I haven't used any vacation time since I became an employee at the County of Mendocino 4 years ago, because we've always been understaffed, and it's not because the positions aren't there. It's because you can't attract people to this area, to this market. It takes so long to fill a position. By the time applicants have applied and we get around to, calling them in, they've already accepted a position. Private industry fills a position in 21 days. Government fills a position in 2 months. And so that has to change. If we're going to get butts in seats and get work done, we need to be able to hire people quickly and with a wage that is competitive. And we don't have that going on right now. So what we have is we have a lot of empty desks, and we have a lot of people trying to do 2 jobs. And I don't like watching these board meetings because it makes me want to just quit. I stay out of respect for Shamice, but I do not feel support from the board. The board blew up our offices, and now you're not happy because you're not getting things timely. Well, maybe you should have thought of that before your legacy went forward, okay? You had no plan. You drove away our treasurer tax collector. You drove away our assistant treasurer tax collector, and then you appointed Shamice to make her responsible for everything. Shamice was not the previous auditor controller. So she was brought in to take over that job and Sherry's job and Julie's job. And by the way, you didn't appoint her when Lloyd left last year. So she was not able to hire an assistant auditor controller. So she was doing Lloyd's job and her job all last year. And now she's doing Julie's and Sherry's. And you guys are just whining about what you're not getting, okay? You created this mess, and I've said my piece. I'm done.
Supervisor McGordy.
There's a lot to unpack there. So I know people are not happy, but we've made a decision. We're moving forward. We can't dwell on the past. I think that today, this board's been pretty supportive, and we're looking for solutions. We want things to work. If you walk out of here thinking that we didn't do anything today, please tell me, because I think we did. I think that we are trying really, really hard to accommodate what needs to be done. And I realize that things don't always go the way people want. Things don't work always the way we want them to. But we've made a decision. We're moving forward with it. And now it's time to figure out, how do you make it work? And that's what we're going to do. We're not going to dwell on the past.
I want to, well, you go ahead.
I just have a quick comment. I think if you had come up with a plan for this and there was a transition plan in place, things would have been a lot smoother if you would have got the employees' buy-in, if you would have got some cooperation, if you would have timed it correctly. We would not be in this position that we're in right now of just having this desperate lack of people in these two departments. So I just would like to see the Board of Supervisors be a little bit more respectful when they address my boss about what they're not getting. Because the reason they're not getting stuff is because of what your direct actions in trying to combine these two departments without a plan in place, without a transition plan.
So I want to comment on a few of those. There's a lot to unpack. On the delays in hiring, I think you're absolutely right. And this is across the entire county structure. I mean, we finally find somebody that's qualified and we contact them. It's 4 months after the fact. If they're a quality applicant, they've probably already taken another job. I don't know how to fix this, but it really eats at me. I think our civil service model needs to be reworked. Not that we don't need one, but our particular implementation just doesn't work. It's a problem across all departments. I hope the board brings that back as a appropriately agendized item. Wages, we need living wages across the entire organization. When a position sits open for 6 months a year, 6 years in some cases, that tells us we're not at market, it's not competitive. When applicants don't show up, that should be a signal that the county is not properly pricing the position. On the concern that we don't have year close and we're having trouble with negotiating because the board consolidated these offices. We didn't consolidate the offices. We decided there would be one elected department head instead of two. The board has not dictated that those offices have to be combined in any way. And part of why I supported it was that a third of pensions were in error. Hundreds. This was run out of one of the elected offices. Having former auditor Lloyd Weir resign and then the next week finding out we have a $4.5 million deficit in the health plan, board had no awareness of that. These offices were not functioning in a way that could work with the rest of the county structure. Not that the employees aren't hardworking, not that they're not producing value, but structurally it wasn't working. And for almost 4 years I asked for a report, could never get one. What I could get was finger pointing of check with the other office. It's them. And so, I decided to support the idea of having one elected department head so that the buck would stop here. One person is responsible. The board has been asking for an org chart, how we can support with either funding more positions, consultants, whatever it takes. But I'm with Supervisor McGordy. I think we have to get through the transition. We need a more professional financial plan. And it's not to say those departments haven't been professional, but it needs to work in concert with the executive office, with the Board of Supervisors. We haven't had that arrangement. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to the name of the employee there, but she said she'd worked for the county for 4 years. And that is a problem, that we have kind of a lack of institutional knowledge within county employees and just in general. I do want to bring, because with that lack of knowledge, people are sort of forgetting the fact that the legislation that the state legislature passed at the request of a different Board of Supervisors dates back to about a decade ago, before any of us were on this board, that allowed for the consolidation of the elected treasurer with the elected auditor as one elected official. So there were 5 totally different supervisors, other county staff, who more than a decade ago requested that legislation, and the legislation passed. And during the subsequent decade, each time there was an opportunity to consolidate those two positions, which would have been before an election, because it has to be enacted prior to people running for office. Each time, the elected auditor, the elected treasurer said they were running for re-election. And so there was no apparent opportunity for the board to consolidate, because they would have been forcing 2 elected officials to run against each other. Twice during that time, the elected auditor resigned midterm. Meredith Ford Lloyd Weir. And it was at that second chance, it's that second opportunity. Plus, some of us were fully aware that the elected treasurer, Sherry Schottmeyer, although not announcing it publicly, we were aware she was not going to run again. So with seeing the two offices with no elected incumbent seeking to run against each other if the offices were combined, that was the first true opportunity, you could say, that a board of supervisors had to consolidate these into one elected office prior to an election without having two elected officials saying, don't you dare, I will have to run against someone else. This is not fair. So there's an inaccuracy in the narrative of this. This has been something that's been in the works for well over a decade, and it's just now being implemented. There's been plenty of time for previous treasurers, previous auditors to have worked up, a transition plan for the future in transition planning. But truth be told, they liked the system as it was. They did not want the two positions, and that's probably explains why they retired midterm. But anyway, I just want to clarify that because there's been a narrative spun recently that this was an act of the current 5 supervisors. That's partially true, but it was an act of earlier supervisors because it's been seen that, generally speaking, the public is not requesting more department heads, all of whom have extra benefits, all of whom are paid well into, the 6-digit figures. Generally speaking, the public is asking for less administration, not more.
Okay, not seeing any more public comment online. We have one more in the room.
Hi, Mark Donegan. Thank you very much. I got everything I asked for. At least that's my perspective. As a citizen, I'm glad there's only one elected position that we have to deal with. I'm sorry it put all the strain on auditor controller, but it is what it is. Let's get past all that. And what I saw today, once again, was the board doing everything that it could to support the auditor controller. Again, that's what I asked. It doesn't feel like they're getting that fully. Hopefully in time they will. Hopefully from my words, they hear that I saw the board offering them whatever they needed. So please feel supported in the auditor controller's office, all right? In the CEO's office, a lot's laying on Ms. Antle. And again, she's one of our new people. She's one of those important cogs. And things can always be better. People could read the reports better. And that's an ongoing process, just like this government. And, combining these offices, it needed to be done from my perspective as a citizen, so the board didn't have to deal with another elected official. It's that simple. And these reports that we all need, if they need more support, more effort, that was all offered here today. And it's, from what I heard, Shamise it's been working on that. She's getting this position filled. She understands her outside contractors. And you guys have pledged her more if she needs it. So from what I saw today, everything was taken care of. I hope everybody in our controller's office takes a breath, relax, get down to work, separate your jobs, figure out the new system that you need that works for you in your organizational chart. I'm glad to hear there was one that was started. And Supervisor Williams, thank you very much for your direction on the board. You asked every question I wanted asked, almost on cue. So for me, this session couldn't have gone better. I hope everybody has a good day. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your participation. Okay, is that all for public comment? It's back to the board.
Chair Williams, can I add something to the discussion based on you did allude to the letter received from the MCOE,
yes,
Michelle Hutchins. I do want to address that we have posted on the county website information about the Anderson Valley School District bond rate calculation, and superintendent of schools did mention issues. I'm not sure how many or for how many years or what the issues were in the past prior to the time that I was in the auditor's office with the bond rate calculations, but I wanted to assure the board as well as the superintendent and the public and the schools that this year I did myself make sure that we reached out and received confirmation from every school district fiscal officer about their bond debt service requirements. And we also did provide the bond rate calculations to all of the school district financial managers, of which many had their bond advisors that they do have on staff review and confirm those rates. So I just wanted to assure the board that this year I did those tasks were completed by myself to ensure that the rates were calculated properly and that they were confirmed and agreed as confirmed for both the bond debt service requirement and the rate calculation, so that what was placed on the property tax bills, they would understand before they hit the tax bills as well as the public. So I just wanted to assure the board we did take those extra steps this year. I'm not sure, in the past, I don't know if we just didn't have the staff resources or the time to do that, but I just wanted to assure the board as well as Ms. Hutchins that we did take those extra steps. She'd mentioned one of them, but not the other in her letter. I'm not sure if she was actually aware of the steps that we took this year, but I did want to assure the board that we did take those extra steps this year.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
I would just ask if the clerk can upload that letter to this agenda item. It's been discussed several times, and I think for the public record, it would be important.
Agreed. Do you need a copy?
Yeah, if somebody could send it to me directly, that would probably be the fastest way to do it.
Is the board ready to move on? Should we accept the report?
Yes, just one final comment. These are difficult discussions, but they have to happen. And it's the most important thing we do is close our books and, get ready for the next budget. And everything rides on it. So even though it's painful at times, it's still really important. And I appreciate that everyone's been very civil here today, even though the topic is hot. And I hope that we're on the right trail.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, one of the things we mentioned briefly today, and we had talked about before a few meetings ago, was the financial reports and what kind of reports we wanted, and the ad hoc was going to come back with recommendations. Has that happened, and where are we with that process?
We're working with Client First and RGS, and that'll come back at a future meeting. The goal was just to not reinvent the wheel. We want to see what other jurisdictions are doing and try to borrow some ideas. And we also want to make sure that what we ask for can be produced with the data we have available.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Auditor, Controller, Tax Collector. Moving on, we're on item 4C. This should be brief. This is a discussion of possible action, including approval of memorandum of understanding with the Mendocino County Superior Court for the appointment and review of the Chief Probation Officer, sponsored by County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this actually was a result of some relatively old direction that had been given to the board. I do want to apologize that it had taken quite a bit of time and was one of the, I would say, COVID casualties in terms of the direction that the board had previously given to go ahead and consolidate or to shift the reporting structure to have it, instead of being appointed by the court, have the Chief Probation Officer be appointed by the board. As we were preparing to finally bring that item forward, it was pointed out to me the board had actually given alternative direction in the meantime, that the grand jury response the board had provided had endorsed and approved the current reporting structure. CEO Antle has worked with the courts to go ahead and get a draft MOU together that would reflect not just the current structure that exists in statute, but also sort of a mechanism for the board and for the courts to be able to share information, provide input, given that this is a position that has functions both on the court side and on the county side. With that, I'd ask if CEO Antle wants to add anything.
Thank you, County Council. I have worked closely with Chief Probation Officer Locatelli, Court CEO Kim Turner, and Presiding Judge Janine Nadell on this MOU. It is my belief this MOU is collaborative and will serve the county well in working with the courts and the current chief and future CPOs should the time come. Chief Locatelli is here. I don't know if he has any additional remarks.
As he's approaching, I have one. I actually sponsored the previous item that would be contrary to this. I think this is a better approach. I think the chief and the CEO have a very good working relationship. I've witnessed it, and so I want to retract the previous item that I sponsored and that was passed by the board. I think this is the way to go.
Good afternoon, board, CEO, county council. I'm Eisen Locatelli, the chief probation officer. When appointed, I was the youngest chief in California. I still hold that distinction, even though I've served longer than about half the current chiefs. This puts me in a unique position of having plenty of road in the rearview mirror and even more on the horizon. I'd like to thank the county and the courts in working together to get this MOU completed and the grand jury for their assessment of the situation. It'll continue to provide stability for the probation department and further collaboration between the county and courts. If you'll remember in 2018 when I was hired, that was one of the missions that I stated I was taking the position for, was to bring the county and courts closer together on criminal justice issues. This collaboration is absolutely necessary as the probation department plays a pivotal role in the criminal justice system. We protect the public via proactive interventions by being firm, consistent, and focused on rehabilitation. Understanding the workloads, the increased responsibilities, and the budgetary constraints is essential for the county and the court relationship with the probation department. Decisions shouldn't be made in a vacuum, and I believe this MOU is on the right track for the positive collaboration. So with that, I thank you for this and look forward to working with you.
Any questions for the chief? Supervisor Hashtag?
Well, I had a discussion with Chief Locatelli last week, and I appreciate everyone's work on this, and so I'm very supportive of this action.
Of course, I support it. The one piece that's missing, I hope comes back, is properly funding probation. They took a very significant cut years back, and they're operating on a shoestring. I don't know if that's sustainable in the long term. Probably not. And so this is a good initial step, but I think we're going to need to talk about probation at another meeting. Public comment in room. Online, *9, click raise hand. Any voice messages?
No, there are not.
That concludes public comment. Back to
Move
the
the
board.
recommended action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I think we're going to adjourn to closed session working lunch to hear items 6A and 6B. CEO, what time do you expect us to be back?
1:30.
Okay, board will be back no sooner than 1:30.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you.
For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ya vet me allá.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehiki kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. So lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ya vet me
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my
We're on
daughter.
item 4D, adoption of resolution proclaiming a local emergency related to tree mortality, sponsored by Supervisors Haschek and Jurdy. Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, this is a crisis situation we're having in Mendocino County with tree mortality. We're seeing it inland with the ponderosa pine, the conifers, and it's really because of this increased aridity that we have, the drought that we've had for the last several years. And then the fires, which are pushing the beetles, the bark beetles, Ips beetles, into newer areas, and so they're just killing off a lot of the trees, thousands of them. And then on the coast, we have the bishop pine issues that we talked about last week. And so I've been working with Supervisor Paiska and from Lake County and Supervisor Dillon from Napa County. They have both done declarations of emergency. Sonoma County, it's on their agenda to do. And the idea is if we have a regional approach, we can get the state to really focus on this issue as a regional issue. And so that's what we're hoping for. And with that focus, we hope to get the resources and some grant money to deal with the issue of the dead and dying trees. And so we have this resolution. I've also attached several things onto this agenda item, which is the conifer mortality study by Mike Jones, who's with the UC Cooperative Extension. And it's very good information showing where we are on the curve of what this is going to do to the tree population, and he's even seen stress on the redwood forest. And so we've had several task force meetings. I've had Caltrans, Cal Fire, Office of Emergency Services. The county has been very much involved in this. Also the supervisors from other counties. And then we have UC Cooperative Extension, Mike Jones. I don't know if he's called in or not yet, but so we've had a lot of people looking at this, and everyone is saying, yes, it's a huge problem. We need to deal with it, and the sooner we can deal with it, the better. So this resolution is, to make this declaration. And it turns out that the state already did a statewide declaration in 2014. If we can we can adopt a few little edits on this resolution, and I think that County Council has the edits on, redlined, and so I think that would make it a stronger and a more effective resolution.
Would you like us to pull those up on screen share?
Mr. Chair, we have been preparing red lines during the course of this meeting. They have been sent to the clerk. I believe they will be uploaded shortly, if not already. I have Mr. Kudrowski available to go over the red lines if you'd like. That may be best if they're not uploaded, and the board hasn't had a chance to see them just yet.
And really, the
changes are online now.
Okay, these red lines are just put it into court, or to put it into alignment with what the state tree mortality declaration of 2014 has. And so it's in alignment with what they did in Lake and Napa counties already, and possibly Sonoma.
Should we go to public comment while we're waiting? Is there any public comment in the room? You want us to print you a copy, or?
No, I'm kind. I believe that my name is Chantal Simon Pietri. I'm an independent environmental consultant based here in Ukiah. In responding to your question about seeing them, I don't believe the resolution is if the changes are to align it with a state version, that's always something that, from my perspective, is something to support. So I wouldn't want to hold up the conversation in order to see the red line and then have the conversation later. Sometimes after you guys have a little bit more dialogue, public comment is more meaningful than if we're going first. And so
you can come back up if after you see it you
sweet.
Have a concern.
I really want to speak on the water issue, and I have a childcare like 4:45-ish thing, so I might end up missing, and I'll just pass comment directly to Supervisor McGorty if that ends up being the case because of time issues. On the tree mortality, thank you, Supervisor Hashek, for putting up the supporting documents. I really loved looking at the diagram showing basically that the entire county is suffering from a high level of tree mortality across all species. That county map showing in red what the mortality rates were. And my comments, again, just this echoes comments I've made in the past, that whatever this ends up resulting in, and that's, I guess, I have a question, is like, what is the intent behind this? What does it open up as opportunity for the county as far as to receive funding? And how is this type of initiative going to be implemented in a way that is effective across the county, regardless of tree type, jurisdiction, supervisory district, or type of industry that's happening on a parcel? And asking again for there to be parity across all types of industry and basically allow us to have climate progressive, actionable policies that enable landowners and jurisdictions to be able to take action on a large acreage, basically across the county, in order to improve the health of the forests that we have, reduce risk from fire, risk of wildland fire, and increase the health of the ecosystem species that we have that right now are crowded, congested, and lacking the natural fire cycle that they would have had. Thanks.
Supervisor McGorty.
That brings up a very good point of should we expect, and I'm pretty sure that there will be several different initiatives, the fire safe initiatives are being one of the main ones, but also probably some silvicultural practices that will allow thinning, and there are numerous companies and ventures that are looking at ways of utilizing kind of non-saleable timber into things like pellets for replacing coal in other places. RCRC's Golden State Natural Resources, that's what they're working on. There's other proposals to turn it into synfuels and hydrogen. So I suspect that the state will probably invest in some of those technologies, and then also with the focus on forest thinning that'll take place close to communities, so that particularly in Sierras, it's a problem when we have a lot of communities that are surrounded with national forests that are overstocked, 400 stems per acre when they should be down around 100. And then finally, control burns are probably coming back. So, I was at one at Jackson State Demonstration Forest, the first ones they've ever done around Parlin Forks, and it's looking really good. And Luke Kendall was there and really likes it, so I suspect we'll see more burn associations forming in different places, and there'll probably be some changes in state laws and air quality that will allow some of these things to go forward. So this is a really important move for us, just like it was when we declared a drought emergency. This is, again, recognizing the natural resources of our county need to be managed. So thank you, Supervisor Hasjack and Jody, for working on this. It's really, really important for us, and it has to be, in the end, administered at a landscape scale, not just a few trees in the backyard.
Eric Hart.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's Eric Hart. I'm with the Ridgewood Fire Safe Council. We cover the area southwest of Willits from the 20 down to Ridgewood Ranch, including parts of District 3, 4, and 5. I'll start with a moment of thankfulness for the rain and what's looking like.
Whoops, we lost your audio.
Can you still hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. What I want to speak to today is in support of some action to get ahead of the tree mortality issue that's looming on the horizon. I'm not going to presume to suggest how it should be addressed governmentally. That's out of my wheelhouse. However, what I want to focus on is the impact of tree mortality on the fire risk and on public safety. What I can pass on to you is what I'm hearing and seeing out here on the ground. I've been getting an increasing number of calls in the last couple of years from residents asking what they can do about all the dead trees on their land, especially along their driveways and our roads. The volume of dead trees has increased year over year, taking a big jump just a couple of years ago with the snowstorm that left thousands of downed trees across the landscape. Now we're seeing more and more fir death from drought stress and infestation, as Mr. Hasjack was referring to. And those account for the majority of deaths each year that we're seeing, but we're also seeing hardwoods impacted. I had a call from a resident this year who had a whole hillside of madrone, about 10 to 15 acres, die off over the last 2 years. We also have the oncoming spread of sudden oak death to deal with as well. As things worsen, I'm concerned that it has the possibility to overwhelm the county's resources when we're already stretched thin. If in fact, we're already dealing with impacts that the county is unable to address on its own. For example, the County Department of Transportation has acknowledged the issue, but does not have the budget to proactively deal with all the dead trees along our roads. These are hazards that could fall into the road at any time, causing an accident. But of particular concern is the ease which these dead trees light up during a wildfire and fall across our roads during an evacuation. With so many of the one-way in and one-way out communities in the counties, this has been a significant concern of residents. To give you an idea of the scope of the issue, as part of a project to remove these trees just in our area, we went along the roads and mapped out the locations. And to be clear, we're only talking about dead trees that look like, if they were to fall, would fall across the roads. We counted 150 of those along the roads in our small area alone. This isn't about prevention. I'm not aware of any fixes from the science community that have been able to find that have been successful at stopping the beetle infestation of firs or sudden oak death. And we have no control over the weather, but what we can do is start looking at what we can do to prepare for a year-over-year increase in fire fuel across the county and the northern part of the state as a whole. And I appreciate that Mr. Hasjack has seen that already and started the process. I know that you all have a lot on your plate, as evidenced by today's agenda and the discussions, but the county, and I know that the county is struggling with some significant issues right now as well. So I hate to raise up another one, but all signs show that it's coming, whether we like it or not. So I encourage all of you to take the concern seriously and support the tree mortality discussion and efforts to research what we can do to prepare and find what resources we have that can help us do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Tecchio with Fire Safe Council.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm Emily Pecchio, County Coordinator for the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council. We are definitely in support of this resolution, and I echo what Eric had to say too. Anybody who's tried to remove even just one tree from their backyard knows how high the cost is. And that high cost also impacts our roadside clearing projects, as we are unable to remove these large dead and dying trees under our existing grant budgets. It's well beyond our current resources to assist with tree removal at the scale that is needed. And as we are collectively all just beginning to face the immense amount of effort and cost associated with becoming adapted to wildfire, from the necessary massive expansion of fuel reduction, prescribed burning, defensible space, and home hardening, if we are able to accomplish all of those things but ignore the wave of tree mortality, we may be taking 2 steps forward and even more steps back. So we appreciate this formal recognition of this emergency, both inland and on the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your efforts as well. Okay, that concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Do we want Deputy CEO Kudrowski to share a screen? Or I could share mine if...
Through the chair, I can share mine.
Yeah, let's do that. And then Supervisor Mulhern had a question. Okay, Supervisor Haschek, do you want to wait?
So briefly, just going through, we received some comments from Mr. Michael Jones. And the first comment was some corrections to the first recital here in regards to kind of broadening the issue of bark beetle decline. So we've made that edit just to clarify those, given his comments. There were some cleanup fixes just in the resolve clause, and just some duplication of language and simplifying that. And lastly, we've just recommended striking this issue of the request about there being anything more to the state. The state has done in 2014 a statewide declaration of emergency, and apparently when this came through Napa County, Cal OES kind of bristled at having another request for something they considered to be ongoing. So for the moment, we decided that we're recommending keeping this a local declaration and then following up with the state when we send this to the Office of Emergency Services after it's adopted, if adopted. And any questions, please let me know.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I was just going to comment about the state declaration of 2014. If you go to that, and that would go to a previous comment made by the public, is that it does outline a whole series of steps that the state was going to take, 19 specific actions. And so it's a useful document to look at.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this item coming forward. Certainly the map is incredibly telling of the issues that are happening in our county, and it's my understanding that the intention is to seek support for removing dead and dying trees. And what I also would like to talk about, or at least have some board feedback on, is replacing dead and dying trees. And so in some areas in particular where there have been large and devastating fires, those trees have not been replanted. Those hillsides remain with former trees and former forests. So if the intention is to remove or clear those, I also think that we should look at supporting replanting some of our forests. And maybe that's off topic for this item, but it was on my mind as I was reading the agenda.
Nothing is off topic for this meeting. And I've seen you pick up trash. I can't wait to see you plant trees. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, well, first off, just to responding to Supervisor Mulhern's comment, I think it'd be appropriate if we put it in the Be It Resolved section, something to the effect that we would support, encourage any state or federal assistance in funding tree replanting where appropriate. I think this whole issue of the ecology the changing ecology of our forests, because of climate change is a complicated one. Maybe these forests were supporting, X number of trees previously, but maybe there's just not enough, precipitation to support the same density of trees in these forests going forward. But anyway, that's for others to decide. But I also wanted to thank Supervisor Hashak for taking the lead on this and working with a number of stakeholders, including Michael Jones, the forest advisor for California University of California Extension for Mendocino, Sonoma, and Lake counties, and to make sure that people know that some of the charts that are attached to this agenda item actually came from him. And so, particularly the map that shows the stressed trees throughout Mendocino County are virtually in every corner of Mendocino County. So anyway, but yeah, I would support what Supervisor Mulhern said if someone wanted to offer up some language encouraging state or federal assistance for the replanting of trees where appropriate.
Deputy CEO Kudrowski, could you draft that as we continue to talk to ourselves?
Will do.
Thanks. Supervisor McGordy.
The whole issue of revegetation is going to be an interesting one because we've already seen places in Lake County where we doubt the forest is ever going to come back. It's burned several times. Their chaparral brush has moved in. Really don't know if it's going to be possible for trees to grow there. The fires have burned so hot in places where the natural seed bank has been destroyed. So this is going to be a tough issue. And we know in the geological record, you can see around Clear Lake at one time there were many, many more pines, and based on sediment samples they've taken from the lake, there's been a conversion to oak woodlands as climate has changed in the last 20,000 years. So we're watching nature unfold in front of us. That being said, certainly there's, for the existing landscapes, we can protect them better. And, and besides planting trees, we also want to take care of what we have, and it's got to be done at kind of a landscape level. So that makes it really difficult because those type of silvicultural prescriptions are involved and not inexpensive.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Supervisor McGordy was saying is that not only do we need to replant trees, but we also need to create healthy forest. And that's one of the critical issues in combating this tree mortality is that our forests are stressed not only from the aridity, the drought, but also from overcrowding and some of those other issues. And so we need to look at the holistic approach of how do we manage these forests and how do we create healthy forests. And so if we can get grant funding to do that and focus on those kind of issues, that's what we're trying to get. So if we could add that into the resolution too about not only replanting but creating healthy forest.
Supervisor Haschak, do you think it's a good idea to continue poisoning trees, given that we already have so many dead from natural causes?
Are you talking about the Measure V?
Yeah. How does that fit in with this?
Well, we weren't looking at that issue in this. We are looking at this global, the tree die-off that's happening, whether they're poisoned or not.
Is there any additional public comment?
Good afternoon. General Manager of the Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. I'm Beth. I think I know everybody. Hi. I wasn't planning on commenting on this item, but it is very related to water issues. Reforestation is really important. I agree with Supervisor Haschak. We need surface water and groundwater sustainability in order to support the forests. So we need to think about nature-based solutions. That's something that's really coming out from the scientists now. And there will be and is grant funding that supports nature-based solutions, which needs to happen across many sectors, many agencies, a lot of collaboration in that. And that can work, so that water-based issue can work hand in hand with the reforestation. So let's work on this together, is what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Hi again, Chantal Simon Pietri. I love hearing the term nature-based solutions even spoken in this room. It's fantastic that we've evolved to this level. I took part in I think it was federal BRIC grant writing, and it might have been Cal OES involved as well, that there is a ton of money right now available for nature-based solutions. And this is like my lifetime work to be able to advocate for watershed-wide management, that we not disconnect hydrologic cycles from forest management cycles, and that we acknowledge that they're intimately connected. And so having a tree mortality resolution be here in the Board of Supervisors discussion chamber is fantastic. It's just one part of what we need as far as holistic landscape management for our region. The county, as far as like urban coverage versus undeveloped coverage, we basically live in what I would label like a predominantly forested, undeveloped, really remote residential as the dominant landscape usage, and that therefore the amount of attention, time, money needs to be balanced to that as well, so that we have like the equivalency in acres that are need forest management, that be matched with dollars. And coming back to Ms. Mulheron's comment about bringing in replanting, I would speak from as an agent on behalf of a licensed cultivator, and I'm not going to drag canna in. This is really a fire example. Don't worry, I'm not going down the canna path. I mean, a little bit, but I work with a licensed cultivator whose property was completely, let's say, like 70% burned during the Oak Fire just north of Willits, and I've been trying for about 18 months to help him receive any sort of additional fundings to install erosion control, so straw wattles, seed and straw, silt fences, and to go through the process of doing the standing dead removal that he needed to do to create safety. He was later issued a vegetation modification letter because he removed standing dead post-fire with an arborist letter. And so he's a landowner who cannot take action on his land. And it's ridgetop just north of Outlet Creek, so that's coho salmon intrinsic habitat, meaning there are coho salmon in that watershed. The ridgetop now has no more forest cover, and so with the last winter's rain event, that sediment is shedding directly into Outlet and Ryan Creek, which are both ones that have received a lot of funding for restoration activities. So the watershed management ties to fire management, ties to vegetation modification. It basically ties to a landowner. When I called the Fire Safe Council, and I'm not putting anybody on the spot saying they weren't willing to help, there's an abundance of funds for fire load reduction. There's not a lot of funds available directly to landowner for fire response, other than the emergency FEMA monies or county monies that became available for landowners. He's somebody that didn't have a residence, but he did have a licensed cultivation on his property, and we haven't been able to find any source of funding to be able to help him do the erosion control that needs to happen on the parcel post-burn. Now we're going into the second winter still with no funding available.
So is he having to leave the dead trees in place because of the veg mod concern?
He worked with an arborist following the direction that's been given by Director Nevedal. Yeah. You know, and Nevedal does give evidence. I'm not trashing her either, but the direction is not clear over the time span that we've received a direction on what type of removal can occur in order to qualify for the exception. And so the safest conservative approach is to hire an arborist or a registered professional forester, photo document pre, during, post, provide all that documentation to the county. Not everybody had time to do those types of things in a timely way as asked for by the county. And in some cases with wind events coming in, they needed to do the removal even before they had received approval from the county that the veg removal was approved. There's not an approval process for veg removal right now. You basically do nothing until it's a problem that then becomes a worse problem. And so in his situation, he has not waited and did do some removal and documented it, had the arborist letter, all of that, and still ended up in the VegMod system.
Thanks for that. I'm looking forward to it coming back from general government. Obviously, that's not tenable. Okay, that's all public comment. It's back to the board. Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski, do you have the additions?
Let me pull it up on my screen. So what I've done, if it's showing, there we go. I've added one additional, be it further resolved that the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors encourage any state and federal funding to assist with replanting of trees and supporting healthy forests as appropriate.
Should we add comma water, healthy trees and water, given that it's a related system? Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I'm going to move approval of the resolution.
Supervisor McGorty?
I would just add and watersheds after healthy forests.
Yeah.
Yep. Is that a motion to approve as we just amended?
Yes.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, 4E, the long-awaited discussion and possible action, including approval of proposed priority water resiliency projects by district, approval for consultant to bring back clear objectives, milestones, outcomes, an outline of county staff time required to support each project, and direction to staff, sponsored by Supervisor McGorty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to see if we can share my screen.
It's a cold day at the Board of Supervisors. I hear it's warmer outside. No, it's like an icebox.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk with what I think are the 5 priority water projects for Mendocino County. I was instructed by the board when we discussed trying to put together some sort of a water program to help you all understand what I find based on stakeholder meetings and discussions with people in the water community, what things we should be thinking about doing. So I think the first thing we should get out of the way is what exactly can Mendocino County do to help? So one of the things that is very important is political advocacy for local, state, and national assistance for water projects, especially infrastructure, because these things are very expensive. And the state recognizes that, and they have done a pretty good job of putting together funding during the drought emergency for us to be able to actually make things that will make a difference long term. And as you just heard in the last item, our climate is changing, and systems we used to use no longer really work so well. So I have also advocated for creation of the Mendocino County Water Resource Team. We really couldn't afford a full funded department, which would cost over $1 million. So we're trying to figure out a way to do it creatively, but still provide information. One of the things that we're lucky, we have a very talented local water community working both as amateurs and professionals in the field. I shouldn't say amateur, but advocates would be a better term. It's important for us to have public stakeholder meetings, technical support, grant writing and support, grant administrating, building capacity with the county in that role. And in most cases, Mendocino County will support and not necessarily lead if other agencies are applying for funding to do projects. And that still means there's plenty of work for everybody. There may be some grants that Mendocino applies for that can address specific needs that we also administer. So here's kind of some of the things that I think are important. The first one is the consolidation of the Upper Russian River Water Agency. And this is a joint powers authority working for the consolidation of some of the smaller water districts in Ukiah Valley. And our concern here is capacity, and the focus on most of these items I'm going to talk about is for drinking water and for basic human health and safety. So the planned objective is to connect water service from Ukiah to Redwood Valley to ensure that there is a safe, clean, reliable, and a water system supplying potable water to residents in the service area that's managed as one unit. And this is going to be involved in the consolidation of small water systems for more reliability and efficiency is the stated goal of the state water resource agencies. They like these kinds of projects and funding is available, which is good because it's probably going to be expensive by the time it gets done. So where we're at with this right now as a community is the discussions are underway with the city of Ukiah taking some leadership, but also the smaller water companies very much involved. And there's funding available from state water resource agencies. And we've had discussions with Senator McGuire specifically on this project, who he's a very enthusiastic supporter, and he hopes for a solution for the Upper Russian River watershed potable water systems, because this has been an ongoing problem for many, many years. For those of you who don't know, Redwood Valley in particular has had a real crisis trying to keep water supplied for their customers. The lack of water is making development on the peripheral parts of Mendocino or Ukiah difficult. And if completed, will be a really useful project. In District 2, which is Supervisor Mulheron's district, winter groundwater recharge in floodplain areas is one of the things that's been identified. And the concept is to divert the Russian River water during high flow periods onto the floodplain adjacent to the river where no damage is likely to happen to permanent structures, allowing water to infiltrate into the water table over a wide area. So what we're rethinking how we store water, and 100 years ago we thought building reservoirs and having water above ground and distributing it during the summer was the proper way to do it, and it worked well when we had snowmelt, and that kind of describes even Lake Mendocino was dependent on snowmelt off of Hall Mountain and Snow Mountain. But in recent years what we're seeing are these very intense storms that occur that we get our precipitation in 3 or 4 events where it might rain over 3 or 4 inches at a time. And often the river jumps its banks, and what we'd want to do here is to deliberately make that happen. And the one place that we found that we think is a good place is Riverside Park, because it's close to the river. It's pretty low elevation, and it would be easy for us to flood, and we could simulate a kind of a natural oxbow, which would be also a refugia for fish and other aquatic species. And it's also very close to some high volume pumps that are pumping from Aquifer 1, which is the shallowest aquifer in the Ukiah Valley Basin, which we think is recharged mostly from surface water. And we see interest from both the City of Ukiah and Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency in doing this project. The county is a member of the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, JPA, and I'm chair of it. So there's already been some preliminary work done by Laurel Marcus of the California Land Stewardship Institute, better known as Fish Friendly Farming. And we're going to put this into a grant that the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency is applying for from the Department of Water Resources. And collaborators include West Yost Company, Larry Walker and Associates, UC Land Air Water Resources Department, and the City of Ukiah. And of course, Mendocino County will be involved by virtue of our belonging to the JPA. The next one is delineating and mapping groundwater basins of Little Lake ground and Long Valleys. This is District 3. And what we're concerned about this here is getting a better understanding of the water dynamics of storage and extraction in these important groundwater basins in the north part of our county. They'll inform the sustainable water yield beneath the communities of Willits, Laytonville, and Covelo. As water use has increased in the past decade for various purposes, drying of domestic wells is a huge concern to many residents, and particularly Little Lake Valley, as well as Covelo. and developing a conceptual model of the basin's hydrology and really figuring out where the boundaries are and the potential yield of the three aquifers would be the goal of this study, so that we could manage well drilling and have reasonable projections as to what happens as we go through multiple years of drought. Grant funding from the State Water Resources Agency in Mendocino County could be a leader on this. Round Valley is already funded to start this task. And I don't know all the particulars. I know that the tribes are involved. Supervisor Haschak, I don't know if you have any additional information specifically on this project.
Well, I know it's a $500,000 project that they're working on. They're just getting going with it.
So if also easily included into this, which I think would be worth taking a look at, since we already have some funding in place for Round Valley, would be the area north of the town of Mendocino and south of the town of Fort Bragg, to better understand the aquifers there too, because that could be a potential source of water. But the amount of water that the coast needs is less by far than what the interior typically uses, because there's not as much agriculture going on there, and primarily the water is used as a health and human safety source. In District 4, increasing surface water storage for the city of Fort Bragg is high on their wish list. So Fort Bragg depends on surface water diversions from the Noyo River and its adequate supply in normal years, but in dry years the flow may greatly reduce, and having a backup surface water supply is essential. So presently the system can store up to 45 acre-feet, which is marginal in dry years. It's fine in a wet one, but when we're not getting recharge, it gets very low. There's a desire to create up to 200 acre-feet of storage with multiple reservoirs over time to ensure that there's adequate water supply when drought years occur. And in addition to supplying Fort Bragg, this water system provides potable water that is trucked into communities from Fort Bragg to Albion when drought conditions cause dry wells in the coastal area, especially around the town of Mendocino. We've all experienced this last year when the county stepped in to give a hand to make sure the water kept being trucked. And they would also like to cover their reservoirs with floating solar panels to reduce evaporation and generate up to 3 megawatts of power, which could run their plant, their water treatment plant. And they would also leave at least one reservoir open for access to CAL FIRE helicopters during fires. So it's a really well thought out plan. So the status is they have their preliminary conceptual work. They're searching for property for reservoirs. They hope that it would be near their location for an easy intertie to existing water treatment plant. There you can see on the left is their water treatment intake, and that's John Smith standing there. It's really beautiful. It's one of the prettiest water intakes I've ever seen. It's very natural looking. And on the right is a desal unit that they have at their plant, which is another creative way that the city of Fort Bragg is trying to treat water. It turns out that under certain conditions when flows are low, that the tide brings in salt water, so they can't really use the water directly out of their infiltration point, but they can treat it for desal, and it makes a significant contribution of 200 gallons per minute per day, around the clock. So it's, it's working out well for them. It's going to be expensive. They're looking at about $15 to $20 million. So they're in the design phase. They'll be applying for both permits and money to construct the project. In District 5, modernization or replacement of the Mendocino City wastewater treatment plant is a priority. The system is about close to 50 years old. They do treat to a tertiary stage, which is used for landscaping needs. Everything needs to be kind of upgraded. Probably a little bit more scary is the fact they only have 3-day capacity for emergency storage should the wastewater treatment break down. So they would like to have a little more resiliency there. And additionally, the town of Mendocino is very water insecure. Modern tertiary treated water treatment can be used for summer landscape irrigation and possibly groundwater replenishment during summer months when over 25% of the wells supplying the town water will go dry. So this is part of the, again, the new way of thinking of water in California is that we store water in the ground, we treat partially saline water, and we recycle where we can. That's all kind of a new way of thinking, but certainly it's being employed, particularly in Southern California, which they have greater needs and they're ahead of us and they usually have more money to work with because they sell water and we don't have that going on here. The immediate need to upgrade tertiary water treatment equipment and need to allow for purple pipe recycled water use at Mendocino High School is a priority for them. Still in the conceptual stage, they're estimating about $4 million to do this. And there's discussions going on with Senator McGuire, and I've also talked with North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, former Director Matt St. John, and board chair now, Greg Giusti. They're very supportive and would like to help us find ways to design and find grant money for construction. So kind of our next steps as a board is that we have to assure that this is priority projects for each district, and I'd like affirmation from you all today. And then we'll work with the CEO office to assemble our water resources team for technical support, grant support, and contract support when appropriate. There'll be some projects where we have active involvement, others where we don't. Nonetheless, the political support is really critical. When we go to supervisor level, when the agencies see that the supervisors are backing this, it makes a huge difference in terms of prioritization. We'll direct staff to work on grants associated with these projects and others as grant opportunities occur. When I say staff, I'm primarily referring to our water resources team. You know, the other activities that are deemed important is develop water conservation and resilience plans, extend information countywide on drought information, including websites, newsletters, public forums, and other ways to keep community updated on water availability and conditions. And some of the examples of this are the Mendocino County Water Newsletter, the Water Supply Conditions Update from Russian River Flood Control. Those are really good resources to refer to that are disseminated via email and websites. It's also a good idea for us to collect and archive materials from the old Mendocino County Water Agency, because there are boxes somewhere, it's probably sitting in an attic with mice, that we should find and digitize and keep whatever information we have historically from things that have occurred here in Mendocino County, so that when we do undergo new projects, we can, you know, look back to the past to see what's been done before. And Mendocino County can also serve as a repository of information from county water purveyors, including their State Water Resources Control Board operational permits, annual reports, basic infrastructure description, and other pertinent information. Jim Shields from Laytonville Community Services District outlined this really well in a letter that he sent on August 15th. So I agree with him, those are important things for us to keep. So we know what's going on in the county. We have 42 different water companies. They all have information and reports that they have to give. We should have a place where we can easily access them. What about the Potter Valley project? Well, this is really going to be a major lift for not only Mendocino County, but the entire Russian River watershed and beyond. The water is provided with almost 600,000 people, with some of the water coming from Eel River. So we participate in 2 joint powers authorities affected by water flowing through the Potter Valley project. I really don't think of it as a Potter Valley project. I think of it as the Eel River Basin water. The Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission and Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency are 2 important efforts that Mendocino County is represented on, we participate and pay dues into. And right now, that's it. I mean, those efforts are extremely important. and we're meeting regularly. The next step probably for us is the Sonoma County Water is about to start the Russian River Water Users Forum. They actually have. They've probably interviewed many of you on the board. And they'll be trying to get a better understanding of total water use in the Russian River Basin, including water stored from Lake Mendocino. It's captured as abandoned water from the Potter Valley project, but it's certainly put to good use. The issues of forming a potential entity to assume this water, the water rights from Potter Valley project, and the infrastructure, monetizing water to pay for all associated costs and governance has to be studied, and grant funds again from the state are covering this cost right now. They're also looking at Potter Valley to look at the possibility of storing more water in the ground there, see if there's the proper kind of geological functions. You know, our Board of Supervisors understands the importance of this water, yet there's no agreement on how we and our stakeholders should work to fund our participation, if any reassignment of water rights and infrastructure from PG&E to the residents of Mendocino County is going to happen at this time. And it's not a slam on the board. This is a really major project, and as I describe it, it's like we've asked these three counties to create Highway 101 on our own. And, you know, that would be very difficult for us to take on. There's also huge environmental concerns about this. There's, you know, people, the Friends of the Eel, would rather see all the water stay in the Eel River Basin. And we understand the importance of endangered species, and there's so much work that needs to go into understanding how to keep that fishery healthy, how to transfer water from the Eel River with minimal harm to that species, which is probably looking at a winter-only diversion is one suggestion. Studies are being proposed to better understand that, to see if it'll actually work. And then there's also the people in Lake County who live around Lake Pillsbury that really don't want to see the dam come down. So this is a really complex, multi-region, multi-jurisdiction. You know, you think we have trouble figuring our budget out. This is something that's a much bigger puzzle. Next slide.
It's on you.
Oh, sorry. I guess I got a little nervous. I want to talk a little about our water resource team members. Our water resource specialist to be hired, it looks like it's going to be a consultant. We've had a call for proposals. They've been reviewed by a reviewing team, and the board will pretty soon have to make a decision to move forward on that. Meanwhile, UC Cooperative Extension is in the process of releasing a position description to hire a hydrology and climate change advisor person who will probably come on board in the first quarter of 2023. John Harper from UC Cooperative Extension, Mendocino County would be, you know, kind of where we'd house this person. Marlene Dooley, Mendocino County Environmental Health, who works with wells, would be on our team. Howard Dashiell, Mendocino County Department of Transportation. We would expect also grant support from the CEO office and a Board of Supervisor representative, most likely me or Supervisor Mulheron, who tends to be my alternate on the different committees we're involved with. So that's been done. Draft MOU is in progress for administrative support in UC Cooperative Extension Office. So rather than create a whole new office with an analyst and a staff assistant, we already have that in place. This person won't take up a full-time need. And I was a little optimistic here. I said UC Cooperative Extension would be recruiting a hydrology and climate change advisor beginning on November 1st. We've moved that back to January 1st. So here's hoping for some rain. That's a picture of my property, and that was February 27th in 2019. It wasn't that long ago that we had floods, and you know, the first picture, you can't see my vineyard because it's underwater, and the second picture, this is the ultimate gopher control. If you can get water across your property like this, the gophers are done. So that's my talk. Happy to take questions.
Should we go to public comment? Online, you can raise hand or *9.
Hi, Beth again from the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. I do have public comment, but I first have a question. You seem to be on questions first. Supervisor McGorty, what are you actually asking of the supervisors today? Are you asking for approval of these priority projects? And if so, what does that mean?
That means that we are on record of supporting these as important issues for the 5 districts, that these are what we think are top level projects to support.
So there's no action coming from that? It's just a verbal support?
Yes, and what will happen now is when we get our water resource team together, then there will be the opportunity for them to come back with specific recommendations as to how we might go about accomplishing these things, what our role is, if we aren't directly involved, what our resources needs are, what our timelines are, and so on and so forth.
County Council, we'll come back to you. He has a clarification.
I can wait until after.
So thank you. So would the consultants who come back with recommendations, would they be able to make recommendations on other projects within the districts, or only focus on these 5 that you've presented today?
Oh, they could do other things too. These are 5 that I think are really important because the board directed me to come back with what I thought were the 5, top projects we should be thinking about district by district.
Okay, that's all for my questions now. I have other public comment. I can wait for that. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm back. My name is Chantal Simon-Pietri. I'm a private environmental consultant. I specialize in water resource issues in Mendocino County. I really appreciate Ms. Salamone's questions regarding process and where does this. I participated in the advisory group that was to form the water agency. My first comment is regarding that process, that I don't know where that ended up. We spent a lot of time on calls with a very well-paid outside hired consulting group to facilitate that process. A lot of time reviewing of documents, basically voting and prioritizing. And it sounds like the water agency is off the table, and now we're talking about a lesser version of some form of county action. What I appreciated about that, though, is that it was truly a stakeholder-driven process and full stakeholder input. And my concern with this, although I do support a lot of what's in here, Supervisor McGorty, is just where is the stakeholder process that went into informing that these are the 5 priorities, like 1 per district? That was one concern that I had. And I want to just go through each one of them. I have some comments on each one. This is my area of professional expertise and also like a passion of mine. So for the District 1 suggestion regarding consolidation, I generally don't work with domestic drinking water supply unless it's in the state certification process for a community water system to be certified. So that would be like for a campground or any place that has 20 people on the property more than 30 days at a time. There's all these standards that tick you into having to go through the community water process. For the District 2 proposal, basically anything in basic hydrology, the water that falls on the surface of the land and is able to be absorbed, not sheet flow runoff happening too quickly in time. The thing that impacts the time is impervious area. So basically perviousness is what allows the water to be infiltrated and then would recharge the groundwater wells. So I advocate for this process to also involve, again, coming back to the nature-based solutions and holistic thinking, that it also look at what the development goals are for the Russian River Valley, especially in the floodplain area. Every new development that results in greater impervious area reduces the recharge of the groundwater wells of the region. And so trying to advocate for development while also advocating for groundwater recharge, I think, to be in conflict with each other. And as somebody who walks at that park regularly, I think that there's a tremendous opportunity of what can be done there. There already are some of the natural contours, although they're probably altered through legacy operations that happened on that land. There's a large amount of concrete debris, but anywhere we're going to go in and do any sort of water projects or forestry projects to also still have an end eye on a public use and enjoyment, that there be just an improvement of that park in general. It can function as a groundwater recharge site, whether it's an oxbow like you were suggesting is one idea. Basically looking for a multi-use, multi-benefit approach. For the number 3, I'm just going to keep going. Thanks for the extra time. For the third one, on groundwater basin mapping, that third one being for the District 3 suggestion, groundwater basin mapping, I strongly advocate for really solid science from multiple different perspectives, that the science out there regarding groundwater recharge and how subsurface geology, and particularly the Franciscan complex, that's the geology in our area, how fault block valleys influence the type of hydrology that we have. There's an excellent report that came out that I believe was partially done by SHN, looking at the groundwater cores for the north, basically for all of the Willits area, to determine there for the Little Lake Valley. And that basically, it's just like a drop in the bucket, if to use that analogy is kind of poor right now, but the beginning of the science is out there and there's a lot more to be done. So groundwater recharge, and again, storing in the ground versus above surface storage is fantastic. Let's see, for number 4, this comes to surface water storage, rainwater collection, is my advocacy is that in the work that I'm doing with the environmental agencies, basically the reliance upon surface water diversions is not climate smart. Basically, we have such an altered climate and such a peak and then drought type of rain events. If we're going to continue to rely on surface waters, even if we're going to do winter diversions to off-stream storage, I would like to see our progressive county do more things that are decentralized and enabling legislation to allow micro type of projects at the homeowner level or homestead level, such as gray water usage, even right here in Ukiah. There's just so many areas for efficiency to be brought in to reduce the load on the large scale infrastructure projects. And in general, across the globe, like centralized water projects is an era of the past and it's total failure. It's not the way to keep going. So if we do shift to smaller scale reservoirs, if that's what's decided to be built, to design them to be filled completely with rainwater runoff from existing impervious areas, whether it's rooftops or parking lots that are already existent in Fort Bragg, for example. I've gone a good bit over, so I'll stop there.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, thank you. You know, your observations are quite good. And remember, this isn't a total list. These are just things that were kind of prioritized that I've picked up from numerous drought ad hoc meetings that Supervisor Hasjack and I convened last year and this year, and also involvement with the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency and the Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission. So it is stakeholder driven, but just not quite in an organized way.
My feedback on that is somebody who has professional experience and a desire to be involved is it's very difficult to get involved unless you're invited. And so although it has been stakeholder driven to a level, I don't think it's been comprehensive or open enough, inclusive enough to really get the input from the community that are going to be impacted by the decisions that are made at the supervisory level.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just following orders, which was to come back with 5 priority projects that the board thought we should get behind.
Glenn, you can blame me. Glenn came to us with a request for money, and I think we said it looks like it could all go towards a Potter Valley project, and we need to make sure there's improvements throughout the county. There's water problems everywhere. And the request was that Supervisor McGordy come back with a plan that provided a project in each district. But I think it was foreseen that this would just be the first project. I mean, I have a problem with District 5 that I fully support this Mendocino slide. The South Coast, Point Arena and Wallala, we have water issues. Anderson Valley has its own water concerns. This can't be the end. This is just the starting point. But I do appreciate that the goal is to spread out the effort so that it's not concentrated on just one project.
And when we do have water resource specialists and also our UC hydrology and climate change advisor, they will be convening stakeholder meetings. This will be just the beginning because our whole way of thinking and our whole way of doing business has to change. We heard about it in forestry. Water is no different. Things are changing, and I like your ideas of decentralized water collection. I practice that myself because I have wells that go dry in August, so we have to think about doing business differently.
I recommend you give Glenn a call.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. Supervisor Hasjack?
Well, one point with that is that in the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, where we're dealing with the drought task force, is that we were offered support from a group of water agency people. Jim Shields, one of them, Elizabeth Solomon, another, about collecting the data for the different water agencies and seeing what their needs were as far as capital and operational, their wish list, their top 3 priorities, say, and collecting that other data that was noted in the slide. And so I think that, since we do have a sense of urgency on this, that we should give our blessing as a board to that group to gather the information, get that information together so that we can start moving on it. It's just kind of collating, sending out the, list or the questionnaire to the different water agencies in the county and then collating it. So,
Exactly right.
So I think that if we could get direction from the board to have that group start working.
For clarification, they're willing to work for free?
That's my understanding.
What else will they do?
Okay, well, we'll see.
So if you want to give that direction, we could record it.
Yeah, so we'll have the direction would be that a group of 3 people from water agencies, I think, headed by Elizabeth Solomon and Jim Shields, and there's one other person I'm not coming to mind right now, but if they could start working with the CEO's office or Department of Transportation to gather the information from different water agencies.
County Council?
Mr. Chair, I think you may want to be careful because I think as framed that may create a Brown Act body, and I don't know that that's really the intent of what the board is looking for here. If there are some local agencies that are willing to work with the CEO's office, I think you could give direction to the CEO's office to work with those agencies on the project. But if you're starting to define a composition of a body or a set of representatives, I think you're at risk of creating a group that could then only meet under a certain condition.
Would you like to rephrase, Supervisor?
Well, I'm looking for county council to give us direction about how do we do this with people who are willing to volunteer their time to make this happen.
Yeah, and I think the direction that I'm hearing is that the board would like the CEO's office to work with the volunteers from local water agencies on, I don't know exactly how we define the scope of the project.
Data collection.
Yeah, collecting data about the different water agencies and especially their capital and their operational wish list.
Yeah, I think that's fine as long as you direct the CEO to do that rather than sort of defining a set of individuals that will be working together.
Clerk, did you capture that?
I have general consensus of the board to direct the CEO's office to work with the volunteers from local water agencies on data collection regarding different water agencies and their capital/operational wish lists.
Sounds right.
Very good.
Okay, and there was a majority? Yeah, unanimous. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to first thank Supervisor McGorty for all of his diligent follow-up work on the board's request that he develop this proposal, and it's fantastic to see it in one document. Just for a little clarification on the Fort Bragg projects, so the desal plant that Fort Bragg has is a desal plant, as the name implies, but it's specifically designed for brackish water. So brackish water, it requires less energy to remove the limited salt that's in brackish water versus ocean water desalinization, which takes more energy. It's a different kind of a system, and it can operate 12 hours a day. The city staff in Fort Bragg would determine if they operate it no more than 12 hours a day, they only generate enough brine or salt that because they're discharging it into their wastewater treatment plant. And if they were to run it 24 hours a day, they estimate it would kill off the enzymes in the wastewater treatment plant. So therefore, it's somewhat limited in its capacity, and they can't really scale that up unless they were to get a permit which would be probably a fairly expensive EIR to find an alternate site to dispose of the brine or the salt. But anyway, so that I just wanted to say that. And then on the storage, I agree with the commenter earlier. You know, it probably would be fantastic if there was a way and a place to store water underground. The city is looking at a site. Supervisor McGorty kind of alluded to the site that they're looking at. It actually has groundwater and surface water. They're looking to develop some surface water storage, but they do have some sense of, from multiple studies of the property, that of a certain amount of groundwater that's on the property to begin with. And then finally, we also have, we are a part of an 8-county group called the North Coast Partnership. We have 2 county supervisors, Supervisor McGorty and myself are currently on that board. And we also have 2 members of the public who serve on the technical review panel, which review grants that then get recommended to the board that Supervisor McGorty and I are on. And we currently have a vacancy. We've historically always had 1 member of our Mendocino County Resource Conservation District serve on that board, and we do right now, Joe Scriven. But we have a vacancy which has often been assigned to someone volunteering from one of the water districts, basically someone who's familiar with the critical need of providing drinking water to the public here in Mendocino County, and kind of more of that focus. And we have a vacancy that, and so I just like to put it out there that, I think it's really important that we fill that vacancy, and Supervisor McGorty will be chair next year and is looking at committee assignments. And I would just recommend, that perhaps appoint Elizabeth Solomon from the Russian River Flood Control. And one of the reasons is because I suspect her agency might not be a direct applicant for projects, which would be a conflict, but is very familiar with the needs of water users throughout the county, and I think could be a good advocate without having a conflict and being conflicted out. I've, personally asked city staff over the years in Fort Bragg, and because the city of Fort Bragg is often an applicant, it's not really easy for a city of Fort Bragg or a city of Ukiah representative to serve on that board, although it can occur. So anyway, that's my suggestion, that as the committee assignments are rolled out at the beginning of next year, that we fill that vacancy. And I would suggest Elizabeth Solomon from the Russian River Flood Control as the appropriate person.
We will talk. And your point about treating brine is really interesting, because everyone thinks desalination means that you're going to the ocean and taking salt water from the ocean to treat to make potable water. But in fact, most of the plants, desal plants in Southern California, are going to places where there's groundwater that's brackish that they're looking at treating, because it's less environmentally difficult to get permits for.
Jim, going back to public comment for a moment, we have Jim Shields.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Last week, Supervisor McGorty and I met with Laura Foglia of Larry Walker Associates, and she enlightened us about a DWR grant that actually the county submitted its initial application on last year, but she said that because of a lack of enough information, we're going to have to go back and rework that proposal, which kind of gets us into this whole area of all of the water-related data and information that's out there and available with the nearly 40 public utility and private water companies in this county. And I think it's important for everyone to remember that Mendocino County South does not own a single water right to a single drop of water in this county. And one of the starting points I think most stakeholders would agree upon is that it's fundamental that we've been kind of hitting around the edges of the resurrection of the water agency, but it needs to be a clearinghouse of information. And all you need to do there is send out this informational letter that Supervisor Haschek was referring to. I don't see any, I disagree with County Council, but I don't see any problem here with the Brown Act at all. This is a working committee. And the third member that we've been able to recruit is Ellen Drell of the Willis Environmental Center. I think it's important to have representation from the environmental community as we move forward. As far as the 5 projects outlined by Supervisor McGordy, I believe that most of those, most of the work contemplated anyway, apparently will qualify for this DWR grant. And that kind of gets us into this other area of one of the things that the water agency needs to do. And that is this whole idea of capital and operational projects. And there with the plan is to submit requests to all of the public water utilities in this county, get their top 3 list of operational and capital projects. And then we would have I believe it's best left in the hands of the professionals who deal with this stuff all the time. But one representative from each supervisor's district would then review all of those proposals and then would submit to the Board of Supervisors a prioritize list of recommended projects. So anyway, I just want to thank you for taking time to consider this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I appreciate Supervisor McGordy coming up with this list, and it was kind of a project that he took on and did research, and his expertise in knowing what's going on in the different parts of the county. I just if we look at the consultant model, and then I see that there's going to be some grant writing needs, and there's going to be needs from the executive office. I'm concerned about the money part, and so I guess my question is for either Supervisor McGordy or the CEO. Do you have any idea what the additional cost beyond this consultant will be?
No. But I would say this is that part of the first task that we have really for whatever consultant we get is that they have to develop a budget for us to live within our means. So we may redistribute some of the resources from the existing Mendocino County Water Agency, which is housed with the Department of Transportation. I know that Howard charges for some of his time and some of his staff time, which if he's not doing all the tasks that he's been doing in the past, we might be able to repurpose into working on this. Then the other thing that we're hoping as we apply for grants is that there will be the opportunity to recover some of our grant writing costs and administrative overhead, which CEO Antle could talk more about than I can, and that's where we're trying to do this on a shoestring. That was the assignment, was how do we get into the game with minimal resources, and that's what we're trying to do.
So, CEO Antle, for every, on average, for every grant that we go after, the dollars change as the cost to the county. It's $10,000 to $20,000 per grant. Again, the larger the grant, usually the higher the cost for a grant writer. Currently, the PERM team has a grant writer on for $100,000 per year, and that is typically used up, and we have come back for additional funding. And then for staff time, a rough estimate, and that will depend on if this water resource team is Brown Act, because that was not taken into account, would be roughly $250,000 for staff time.
Can you explain that a little bit, and your number and 250,000?
It's the staff time that's required to be committed to these types of meetings. Depending on the meeting, you may have 2 or 3 staff member on there in addition to your grant writer. And then if it's a Brown Act meeting, that requires significantly more staff, correct?
What if instead of 3 staff members, we give you Supervisor McGordy? He's a sunk cost. Does that work?
That would work for me. I mean, I obviously have a lot of background in this. Part of why we're also working with UC Cooperative Extension is that they do have expertise and they do have staff. So that's why we need a little bit of time to look at budgets to figure out what we're going to do, because they have capacity to run Zoom meetings, to run some of the grant financials. So we've run, myself personally, I've run grants as large as $400,000 through the UC Cooperative Extension Office. It was based at UC Davis, but the administration was local. So we do have some capacities by working with UC. That was the whole point of why I wanted to align with them, was to give us a staff that are capable, that don't cost a lot. There's not a large net county cost to us.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if, I think CEO Antle was about to comment, if you'd like to go to her first.
I don't know, it looked like skepticism.
No, I think it depends on what you're asking us to do. If we're managing the grant, that's significantly more than if somebody else is managing the grant. Also, fiscally, if we're managing fiscally, which we have done for many agencies, we're completing the financial report. Auditor controllers is processing those checks, as well as we're providing the report to the agency, which could be monthly, quarterly, or annually, depending on the report that you go after.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to speak to what CEO Antle was referring to, if the board did create an advisory body here, that would be a Brown Act body. And one of the things that you may want to look at, both in terms, you may want to look at both at the staff time, et cetera, that may go into the noticing, the holding the public meetings. But you also may want to look at the composition. I don't actually have I think the slide that talked about proposed composition didn't make it into the packet. So I don't have it in front of me, but I seem to recall that there were a few county employees on there that potentially might want to be talking about the same subject matter outside of the context of a publicly noticed meeting. And you may want to be careful about what a quorum might end up being, and what what the scope and the subject matter jurisdiction is for the item, because otherwise you might have some unintended consequences.
So I think not to put words in Glenn's mouth, but I think what he's looking for is to run this more like a private industry startup and less like government. Can you steer us in that direction? Because he's operating on a shoestring, and we need full efficiency. We can't spend $100,000 on meetings.
Yeah, well, I mean, to start with, really, I don't know that there's a way around it if this board wants to create an advisory body and or define the composition.
How about if we don't create the advisory body and we just give out Glenn's number, and it'll work itself out?
But that'll work for a while. And, again, I think having backup from UC Cooperative Extension will work, but at some point, there may be a need to make something more formal. But this is also this is sort of a pop-up agency in a sense, because we're trying to take advantage of the fact that the state has put a lot of money up right now for infrastructure development for water, so we don't want to miss that opportunity. And I was really impressed the way that our citizen water advocates worked last year with John and me and Josh Metz as we did our drought ad hoc, trying to figure out what our next steps were. And we actually did bring, with a variety of projects, a substantial amount of money into Mendocino County. When you add it all up, it was over $20 million. It wasn't all Mendocino County, but it was other people that were aligned with it, that the money will be spent here.
Supervisor Haschek.
I guess the question goes back to the consultant issue, and we're looking at what kind of staff support and what kind of other resources that consultant would be, versus that Howard DeShields idea of creating an in-house water agency person, and I'm still of that mindset. But I guess my question is, where are we with that RFP for the consultant?
CEO Antle, I don't know if Howard DeShields on. Atlas, would you take a look and see if Howard's there to give a more proper update? I believe the RFP process was completed, the reviews were in, and an agency was selected and notified. There's Howard.
Yeah, I missed a little bit of that. It came in. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. Yes, we have a contract we're working on right now. We're looking at bringing it to your board December 13th so that the consultant could be on board before the first of the year and working. A lot of what I've heard said today, for instance, this idea of working with the various non-county entity water departments out there, that's kind of my task 3 in this contract. You know, the board should be able to read this contract when it comes before you on December 13th, but I'm thinking I'm covering everything in there. The idea about setting up this future budget for the water resource team, the matrix approach, as Supervisor McGorty put to you August 2nd when we selected scenario 1, is reflected in the scope here. And they're going to be trying to set that up going forward on what a budget would look like. Grant writing's in there. I don't know if Christian wants to weigh in on this, but my idea, what I think I've heard the board say, is we don't want to have the board set up a formal Brown Act committee. We were thinking of a model, I thought, that was something like a technical advisory committee that's done at a staff level, where they work things out. They bring a recommendation to the Brown Act body, in this case, the board. So the committee members, I don't know if they could be appointed by board members, but what usually happens on attack is, there are people selected that represent the major players from the partner agencies. So 5 has been brought out there. I suppose there would be some kind of a non-county water agency rep from each of the 5 districts. I think that was the idea. So that's my comment on your conversation.
County Council. If I may just, to speak to Director DeShield's comment, there is some ability at the staff level to essentially just get together, an appropriate informal body or meeting to be going over things. It's really, the way that the statute talks about it is that once the board has taken some action to be creating an advisory body, which is my understanding really what attack is intended to be, then you're creating a Brown Act entity. If either you're sort of defining composition and taking some action to say, we want, 5 representatives of this or that, or even if you start sort of selecting individual staff members, it's starting to look more like the act of creating a Brown Act body. I think you could defer essentially to the CEO, to Director DeShield, or whoever's head of a water agency, to sort of consult with whoever they deem to be appropriate and set up whatever mechanisms they want. But once it's sort of elevated to action of the board level, that's when, because your actions have to be subject to the Brown Act, the actions of the entities that you create, or the recommendations of the entities that you create, are going to have to deal with some of the same transparency and publication requirements that you yourselves have to deal with. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I do just want to add one other thing, which is that there had been, I think on the prior item, there's a little bit of confusion as to what specifically the board had wanted and directed coming back. And I would just like to try and avoid that coming up next time. As I understood it, the board direction was to, before having final approval of the projects, have the, I believe it was the estimates of the staff costs, the benchmarks and other information to be able to have more specifics to make the decision on. My understanding of Supervisor McGorty's item is that at this point, it's sort of asking for the authorization to go ahead and submit these 5 projects to the consultants to prepare that information and then come back to this board. Some of the discussion has sometimes been a little bit vague as to whether that would be what's directed, or whether it might be something more than that. In a particular discussion of the next steps in creating a body, I would just ask when the board is ready to make a motion, if you just be clear as to what that is. It helps staff avoid confusion or misunderstandings going forward.
So I'd like to address that a little bit. I think where that came from, we didn't so much have a discussion here on the board as it was written into one of the scenarios that Director DeShiel had for creating the water resource team and the matrix configuration, and that was in there because I was trying to remember when did we discuss it, and then I went back and looked at the different scenarios, and it was in the scenario, so that's where it came from. So when we went with scenario 3, that came along with it, and that's fine. I think that's smart, so we can take a look at it. It could be that when we do get a water resource specialist assigned, he might go through the list and say, yeah, this is a great item, but there's really no role for me here, so I will defer on this one. And there may be other ones where if he said he or she will say this is appropriate and probably the county should take the lead on this. So that's how I kind of see it playing out.
County Council, was that specific enough?
I'm not entirely sure I followed. I see that CEO Antle had a comment. She might be able to help provide some clarity on this. She informs me she was asking for a little bit of clarity there as well. So I'm sorry. I didn't entirely follow. What would I understand? There's a few sort of possibilities as what may happen going forward, but is the proposal at this time, and I realize I'm getting ahead of any actual motion here, but is the proposal or the request at this time to be just sort of signing off on these projects to go to the consultant, and then that consultant works with who they deem appropriate, or is there something beyond that at this time?
No, that's it, exactly.
Okay.
So it's a slight change of plans, but it was based on merit.
Yes.
As Glenn worked on his presentation, he realized this made more sense. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so we have these plans that Supervisor McGorty came up with. And then we've got this other working group, or whatever we're going to call it, that's going to work with CEO staff to come up with this list from the different water agencies to see what their needs are. And I guess that we're going to blend those together at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that when we had the discussion last time at the board level, that there is a question about, can we afford this water agency? So if we're saying that it's going to cost $250,000 for this consultant working with UC Cooperative Extension, but we're also going to need $250,000 from the staff, time and resources. I'm just trying to figure out how we put it all together.
That's a good question. That's why Supervisor Williams said just have him call Glenn.
Yep. And he'll just tell Darcy to find it.
No, I won't do that. I think this is something that has to grow and develop to see what our capacity is and live within our budget. And it may limit the projects we consider. It may limit how we gather information, how we involve stakeholders, because we have to be able to afford it. Now, I've done meetings with UC Cooperative Extension over the years via Zoom with large audiences, lots of input. They weren't necessarily Brown Act compliant, so I don't know what staff we would need. We have UC staff there to help do the PowerPoint, and we streamed to YouTube. So I know we have capacity internally to do a lot of outreach. I don't think that's the issue. The legal compliance and staff time, though, that might make Councilor Curtis happy is probably something different. So these are things that have to be worked out. I don't think it's going to be quite that expensive.
Yeah, I think I could arrange it myself for a lot less than $250,000 per year, right? This is Glenn with his Zoom. Is it County Council, is it possible for UC Cooperative Extension to simply invite the public water agencies in the county, and if they send people, they show up and it's informal, and if they don't?
Yeah, no, you certainly have the ability for staff, for other agencies, et cetera, to invite people of their choosing, otherwise be figuring out who to work with and how to go there. It's really when this board is taking action to create an advisory body that you're running into the Brown Act issue.
So Supervisor McGordy, do you think you could start out on the casual side of, sort of town hall style? And if members of the public want to come, I wouldn't want to prohibit them. We want transparency, but really focus on inviting the water agencies.
Yeah, I think we can, because in effect, that's what we did with the drought emergency ad hoc last year. That's pretty much the way it ran, and it was very effective. We had heads of water agencies as well as the general public, and we were able to have pretty robust conversations, in my opinion.
And if we equip you so that you can video stream it, you won't need to take minutes. Doesn't sound like a $250,000 project.
Hope not.
Yeah. CEO?
It's always an honor to work with any of you, especially Supervisor McGordy, but I do want to remind you that Supervisor McGordy will be the upcoming chair in the next year. So my question again, and I'm trying to clarify what direction we're going here, is that we're going to start something informal with this volunteer group of local water agencies for collection of data, capacity, and operational wish list. And that is something that the executive office is going to be pulling together. So there will be an expense there. We are not moving forward with the water resource team, which was on the third slide that Supervisor McGordy presented at this time, because there were several staff members on that as well and could create the Brown Act body. And we are moving forward with these 5 projects, going to the consultant when we have the consultant on board.
So,
and Howard has his hand up. So.
Okay.
Howard, Director.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So Council Curtis, Deputy Council Kudrowski is looking at my draft contract now. Task 3 dealt with what you already have, your SB 522 compliant drought task force. The consultant that I'm proposing, the 250,000, actually, this consultant is saying they only need 227. I forget the amount. But that's the meeting that the board directed to go to the Health and Safety Committee, Standing Committee. That's task 2 when you review this draft contract. Task 3 is the community water needs and convening the TAC. Consultant coordinate with DOT and the drought task force, convene a 5-member TAC, technical advisory committee that is, from the participants in the drought emergency ad hoc and the water agency implementation plan working group. That's what was referred to earlier by the public, that stakeholder group. They're going to convene that TAC. So task 2 is the more formal meeting. The drought ad hoc. Task 3 is a staff level meeting. They will review recommendations, and I won't read it all, but the point is, the deliverable is an updated list of community water needs, an appropriate 5-member TAC, meeting agendas, presentations, minutes. I guess what I'm saying is that I'm really trying to wrap into the scope of work for this contract. You're going to see in December what you're talking about. And I don't think you need to do it twice. I don't think you have to have the CEO put that together. My plan was to give you all the work in 6 tasks you've been discussing and a concise thing that shows you deliverables. Obviously, you can massage that if you want to, and Council Curtis, maybe you should get a copy of the contract from Kudrowski and look it over yourself, make sure it's Brown compliant. So that's all I've got to say. I've got it written down. Take a look at it.
Do you want to look at it while we're chatting?
I don't know that we need to finalize that until the December meeting when that one's on, but I'm happy to take a look at it, and we'll probably suggest a few tweaks to the language before it's finalized.
Supervisor Haschak?
In the name of transparency, I think that we do need to follow the Brown Act, and it might cost a little more for setting up the meetings, but you know, if we don't have that kind of transparency in what the water agency is doing, then I don't think we're serving the public, and it will come back to bite us. And in the long run, we have this issue with this consultant, and it came in at $227,000 or whatever Director DeShiel said. But my understanding is that at $200 an hour, that it would provide 7 months of employment. And so what do we do after those 7 months are done? Do we have do we have a water agency or a water resource team that can stand on its own? You know, or are we going to have a consultant who walks away in 7 months and we're left with nothing?
You know, that's a very good question, and it'll come down to the board and our priorities going into the next year, and when it comes to budget time, as to what we think is important to do. And it'll come down to see if this person's performing, or I should say persons, because I believe we're actually retaining a company that will probably have multiple people working on the task. You know, I don't have an answer for you, but certainly it's a priority for me. I can't imagine a county like ours with our needs for water, for basic health and human safety, not to have some sort of organized effort.
More than that, I'm concerned the state has a lot of money available for water now. Might not always be the case. And if we don't take any action, we're not going to get any of that money. So while I agree, you know, what do we do 7 months out or a year out or 5 years out? I think it's imperative that right now we go after the available grant funding.
And based on our success from last year, I think we can address some of the things that are really a big issue for us. You know, and I agree with you on the Brown Act thing. I want to find a way to be compliant. The more open we are, the less criticism we're going to get for anything we do. And I think that's a good principle to follow.
If you can do it without it costing $100,000, or $250,000. Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I guess I have a question for CEO Antle. Is it an either or do we have capacity to apply for the grants that are available?
The capacity, CEO Anto, the capacity to apply for grants would depend on the size of the grant, the length of the grants, and then if we are project managing the grant, right? So one, we would need a grant writer, and then we'd also need support from the fiscal team and the Auditor Controller's Office to process payment and write reports if the county is taking control of those grants. If we're writing a grant that can be managed by an outside agency or one of the water districts, and if they have the capacity, I'm not quite sure. Ms. Salomon may have a more clear idea, but my understanding is the water agencies in our county don't have a lot of staff resources either. So, that's where we butt up on the priority list, I believe, is kind of what that direction is and what you see.
And so we're going to have to supply that kind of capacity regardless of, consultant or not or whatever. With this consultant, we're going to still have to do a lot of that work.
I would ask Howard, Director DeShiel, on all that he's wrote into the scope of work for that RFP. I do believe there was some grant writing in it, but to what extent, to what level, I don't know. And 7 months, I would assume this would begin in January, so I'm not quite sure how quick turnaround that would be for one person. and working on grant, or a team. I understand it's a team.
So is that for me? Howard DeShield again, Director of Transportation. So that's task 4, to prepare 5 grants. Guys, I've been listening to you for a lot of months now. I'm really trying to get it all in there. And yes, depending on the grant, sometimes you can charge the grant, you can write as part of your scope in the grant to administer the grant, like the administration costs. And then you could even hire someone if a non-county entity water agency didn't have the capacity. But the thing to remember about the way I'm structuring this consultant agreement is they're going to launch scenario 1, the Mendocino County Water Resource Team. They're going to kind of get it up and running, give it some high level guidance and structure, and so that it's moving forward. And then how it goes forward into the future and how we afford it, I agree with Supervisor McGorty. I am not real sure. Everybody's going to try to say, well, can't we repurpose some of the things that are already at the existing water agency? I already see an email coming in about how do we redirect the water pollution prevention program to some other funding source. So the answer always is, if you pay for something somewhere with some other funds, it might free up these funds. But one way or another, more capacity would have to be paid for, unless, like I said, we luck out and some of the grants we write actually fund administration for a while. It's a launch pad. It's a way to get started. At least that was my goal in what I've written.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so at this point, it's a little bit speculative as to which grants are proposed and which ones are funded, but maybe we should make the default that is that these applications that the county would help apply for would be managed by not the County of Mendocino, but by a third party, and that it would require a separate action by the board for the board to say, County of Mendocino is going to administer this grant program. Then we could know the specifics. Is it funded through the grant? Is it requiring a separate allocation? And that also kind of forces more of these partnerships to develop. Secondly, there are other agencies out there that do manage grants all the time from the state of California. Mendocino County Resource Conservation District being another example, which has, frankly, a lower cost model than the County of Mendocino. It'd be cheaper for us if needed, if the county paid the Resource Conservation District to manage a grant rather than to use County of Mendocino employees. So I think, again, if the default is that we're not going to manage it with county employees, but will require separate action by the board for that to be the case. And if needed, we would, if we support the project to such an extent that we would be willing, then it could be a separate vote by the board to fund a third party to manage the grant if that's absolutely needed. If the funding isn't available by that third party agency, maybe it's a water district. After all, where's the skin in the game from that water district? If they're going to receive this grant, they should be, frankly, pretty happy if the county helps pay for the grant writing.
Are we approaching a motion, Supervisor McGorty?
I think that Beth would like to say a few things too. She gave part of her conversation, but not all of it, if it's okay with you.
Of course.
Thank you. First of all, I'm happy to serve in all the various ways that I have been volunteered today, but I think I might not be coming back in person for a while if that's what happens when I come by to see you all. You're working so very hard at this, and I just want to say, Howard's got your back. He's written an RFP. He has, it covers all of this. Let the consultant come back to you with a plan. Your ideas are great, but the consultant, that's what you're paying for. You're going to pay for them to come back with your grant project ideas. They can provide technical support, grant writing. They're going to work with the stakeholders. They're going to work to see if there is any capacity within the Mendocino County staff, which, quite frankly, from what I've been hearing, there isn't. So it will, the consultants will put together a TAC of some sort of folks like who are willing to support the Mendocino County Water Agency, because quite frankly, we need this water agency to be solid for various reasons. I manage water in the Russian River watershed, which is very dependent on the Eel River diversion that McCordy was talking about earlier. But I'm also an that's Association of California Water Agencies. I'm a Regional 1 representative. I'm on the board for the Region 1. So I'm looking at the entire region, the entire county, what needs to be done so I can take that to our advocacy group that helps support policy and funding that comes back to our rural area. So let folks like me help you out on this, okay? There is a joint letter that was issued in public comment, uploaded up to the website. So for anyone in the public, you hopefully can access that through the website. Hopefully you'll get a chance to read it if you haven't already, supervisors. But basically, about 6 of us from the steering committee came together. Others have supported it and verbally since then. But we have some recommendations for the water agency focus. The first one is this compliance and full implementation of SB 552, which essentially requires counties to develop a potential drought and water shortage risk and proposed interim and long-term solutions plan. So it's like a drought contingency plan for the entire county. This goes back to what the steering committee talked about, as Chantal mentioned earlier. We recommended, because I also served on that, we recommended doing a full assessment of the situation in the county. We couldn't offer a vote on what the county water agency should do until we knew what the actual condition is right now. So we don't know where to put the focus until we assess what's happening in the moment. So there is funding available for this SB 552 implementation. There is a place in that for an advisory group, which could be this TAC, and to identify projects and funding. So your consultant is going to do that work, okay? And they're going to support the new committee that is handling that, which used to be the Drought Ad Hoc, and I can't remember the name, Public Resources or something like that.
Public Safety Health.
I'm gonna memorize that, I promise. Okay, so that's one thing. The second thing is that is so essential is literacy. We need to do public outreach and education. Literacy on water and all the linked, the forestation, all of that is so important for our public to understand. So we need to do public outreach and engagement on a large level countywide. That's something the Mendocino County Water Agency could do when it is implemented. Science and technology needs to be paired in relationship with the community. We can have all the expertise, but if the community isn't supporting it, it goes nowhere. A third thing is administration and management of the existing statutory requirements delegated to the water agency, which for the most part are handled by the Resource Conservation District, which is currently in this budget very underfunded and is very at risk. So I would urge you to look at that, number one, but and to realize that they're covering a lot of that work for us. So we have mandated things that the water agency needs to do. That's a given. And then fourth, as Glenn talked about earlier, is advocacy efforts. That really is the supervisors, and that's not an extra cost to staff. So really talking with the leaders in our state and nation and regionally that you need to move these things forward. So the signers of this letter, we place a high value on the role of the Mendocino County Water Agency as able to play an essential focal point for ensuring a sustainable future for water resources, advocating for policies and funding that benefit the county, coordinating drought and flood preparedness efforts, and providing guidance to and support for the water providers and water-dependent sectors of the economy. I did not write that paragraph, but it's really good. I can't remember who wrote it. I really like it. So I would, and I know there's others that follow me on this, discourage a position for the water agency that is primarily a bureaucratic administrative position, going to meetings, talking to people all the time. We need action. We need folks that can really do the work. I'm glad that Howard's moving forward on the contract. I'm dismayed that it's not coming back to you till December 15th. I sure wish things moved faster because time is slipping through our hands. And I encourage you not to draw upon currently overloaded staff to make up this team. Let the consultants come back to you with a plan. I think that's my final plea to you. And don't work so hard. them do the work for you. That's what you're going to pay them for, and they'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you for the advice. Supervisor McGordy?
So, Beth is one of the key people in our water community who is also an activist and really interested in making sure that we stretch our water resources to the max and use water efficiently, recognizing we have a lot to do with it besides health and human safety. There's fish and wildlife and agriculture and quality of life, having the wonderful landscape that we love here and the recreational resources that they represent as well. So all these things are really big tasks that we have to be involved in. And whether it's Mo and I picking up garbage out of the river or, trying to set a policy that is going to affect generations, we have to be in the game. And this is our modest first attempt. And I agree with Beth. We're hiring smart people to help us, and let's put them to work.
Was that the recommended action?
The recommended action is to accept my report and let's get to work.
Is it approved proposed priority water resiliency projects by district, approved consultant to bring back clear objectives, milestones, outcomes, and outline the staff time required to support each project and provide direction to staff?
Yes.
Second.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I'd just say that it's really, this proposal is it's a really good start. And it's unfortunate that we spent $307,000 on a consultant who should have done this work that we're talking about now. And it's just, that's why I'm hesitant to go the consultant route. But, if that's what we need to do, then that's what we need to do. But I really want to see this, we need a water agency, we have needs, and we need to be active in this grant game with the state. It's just unfortunate that we didn't get the results back from GEI that we thought we were going to get.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
CEO's report.
May I ask one question on the prior item?
Just one.
Okay, thank you. So there is the direction to the CEO still to form this volunteer group of local water agencies on data for capital and operational wish lists?
No, I think we approved as amended, which is let the consultant do their work and they will provide recommendations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The board agrees? Yeah.
Well, I thought that we were going to do that. So why can't we do both?
I think we will. And when it's all said and done, I think we will. I'm sure the consultant will say, find something, an internal structure that is, able to create a repository for that information.
So we're going to wait until this consultant comes on in January to get to work on this.
Well, we also had Beth volunteer to get started, which I have no objection to. Beth, are you in?
Please.
John, I'm going to make a commitment to you. Jim Shields, if you're still online, I'm volunteering you. We will start working with a citizens advisory group. We will start collecting data on our own. Jim and I will start doing that, and anyone else who wants to participate in that, they can all reach one of us. And when the consultant comes on board, we will work very closely with them. I'm not going to let this one go. That's my commitment to the board.
Thank you.
Okay,
Does
thank
that
you.
help?
and I will call up Dennis Slota and ask him where the box of records are from the water agency, because I know they exist.
I believe Amber Fazette has already been collecting those.
Oh, good.
Yes, so kudos to Amber.
All right, CEO, we able to move on?
Yes, please.
All right, your report.
Thank you. American Rescue Plan Act, Mendocino County's allotment was $16.8 million, of which 50% was awarded on August 6th of 2021, and the remaining 50% was awarded September 16th on 2022. The Board of Supervisors on November 6th of 2021 directed ARPA funding to be designated to county core services, infrastructure projects, and emergency funding before other considerations. As of September 30th of 2022, the county has fully allocated the ARPA funding. The board has allocated the remaining funds towards employee stipends and related benefit costs. The stipends will be paid out as bargaining units close negotiations. As of October 2022, 2 of the 8 bargaining units have closed, and employees in these bargaining units have received their $3,000 stipend. The quarterly report for the ARPA funding, the link is attached here, and the report for all the expenditures and obligations is attached as well. The PG&E settlement.
Hang on, Supervisor Mulhern.
Sorry, thank you, CEO Antle. Would you mind if we take the ARPA questions first, or questions or comments? Sure. Or do you want to finish the whole thing? I wanted to just express appreciation for separating this out into a separate CEO report. The ARPA funding has been updated through the CEO's report in the past, and I think because that document can sometimes be very lengthy because we have a lot of information, to have this pulled out was very helpful for the community. I also wanted to appreciate that it is uploaded on the website for easy access. My only comment about the website access is if you search the county website for ARPA, it has no search results. So maybe the executive office can work with IT to remedy that so it can easily be searchable as well.
Yes, we can take that direction. I believe it's in progress.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay. PG&E disaster settlement. Below is the recap of obligation and expenses paid through September 30th. And then there is the link to the PG&E report through the website.
Chair.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, so we have this money that's all allocated in the PG&E disaster settlement money. But my understanding is that in line items such as drought, we still almost have $1 million that's unspent. And when we had the budget hearings in June, that Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, we all agreed unanimously to fund them for $45,000 and to look for an extra $45,000. But they haven't gotten any of that, and that's to do their initial grant writing and baseline work. And a lot of that work has to do with drought, water resiliency, watershed development, all that kind of stuff. And so I'm looking at using $45,000 of that unspent money for drought for the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District.
Should that come back?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I do believe that would need to be a separate item as a budget adjustment. Yeah, just identifying the budget unit from which the monies would be removed, the budget unit to which they would be transferred. And off the top of my head, I don't recall the requirement, but it may be a 4/5 vote, just so the board's aware.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I had a related question. So the MCRCD was also issued $1,040,000, which has not yet been obligated. So there's a couple of line items that still have not been expensed at this point. Do we know where the challenges are with getting that money out to these agencies? Are we needing more documentation, or what's happening with those funds?
Sarah Pierce, acting deputy CEO, may be able to report more. But these are folks who have requested the funding, and we have paid as they have requested. And in the case of the drought, that money just hasn't been spent, and there's not a project identified.
Okay, well, the RCD is looking for $45,000, and they have $1 million sitting in PG&E funds. So I'm just confused about.
Well, my understanding, talking with Sarah Pierce, was that out of the $1 million, 500 is for tree removal and 500 is for road water erosion projects. And so it's all project oriented, plus 40,000 for CEQA work. And so none of it is a baseline where they can develop grants and write grants. Does that make sense? It's all for project-based work.
It does. I did also have questions about if there were fees associated with or collected by the agencies that are using the funds to then issue those grants, like the RCD. And I think maybe Sarah knows the answer to that as well.
Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. So going back to the question, some of the obligations, such as RCD, are still in the works of actually having the contract created. So for instance, the hazardous tree removal contract has not yet been, so they cannot start work on it. They did get $500,000 for fire restoration road improvements, and then $40,000 for CEQA, as Supervisor Haschak had said. Regarding the fees, I would have to look into each contract to see if it's covering additional fees or not.
May I?
Yeah, please.
Supervisor Mulhern, are you speaking about administration fees or other fees? I do believe in this case there was an ask for administrative fees from RCD, but again, we can confirm that for you. And just, you do have first quarter coming on the 8th.
Any more questions? Supervisor Haschak?
Well, the question would be then we're all in agreement that RCD should have that base funding because of the good work they do. And if we're not using that money in the drought, that it seems like we can take it out, because at 45, if it's not in the general fund, then we can take it out of that line item. And so what would be the process would be?
To bring forward a board item, I think, if I may, through the chair, I think CEO Antle and I could likely work with Supervisor Haschak to figure out what are the actions that would need to be approved by the board, and then to bring something for appropriate board discussion.
So as I understand, Supervisor Haschak is suggesting that we allow the existing funding that's already been allocated to be repurposed. Is that correct? 45 of it.
You can, yeah.
They never received the 45 that we had approved.
Because there wasn't a source. We approved money and told the CEO, go find it, and she couldn't find it. So are you suggesting that out of the allocated but not issued funds, we broaden the language to allow 45 of it to be used for base funding as opposed to water and roads and tree removal?
No, I'm saying out of the line item for drought, that we use 45 of that for their base funding.
And so we can't really discuss it here. But staff can bring it back and the board can clarify. Can you make it broad enough that we have some discretion about which funds we're repurposing?
Yeah, we can frame things in a way that will provide the public sufficient notice, but that will also give the board a little bit of flexibility on where the funds would be coming from.
Thank you. More questions? More CEO report?
Yes, I do want to point out the Mendocino County CDBG Seed 1 grant. This is the work of the West Company. The invoice is attached. This board has asked me for reports on the West Company and the Economic Development Coordinator. So in this case, you have the wrong report in front of you, but I will have the correct report next week for you. This was what was sent to my office. This is what got put onto the report. I would mention it is redacted of the businesses, as this is not a typical report that the CEO of a county would use. I can upload that information if that's a concern. But again, this is to answer your question about West reporting monthly on the Economic Development Coordinator. We've worked out what that appropriate report should be, and it will be attached on the 8th. That concludes my report.
Any public comment? Any public comment online? Jim Shields, is your hand still up from last time? Or do you have comment on the CEO report?
That was from last time, Chairman.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. So just for clarification, the invoices that were submitted under CDBG attachments will be changed, or there will be will there be more information included with these invoices? And then just regarding the redaction, I understand that it's all public information where the funds go, but I can see how having your business name listed in a Board of Supervisors report might be concerning to some of the businesses, but I do believe that it's public information where those funds go. So just for clarification, these two invoices are going to come back to the board at our next meeting in the form of a report. That sounded like a statement, but it was a question.
Yeah, so I can upload those invoices this evening or first thing in the morning as the team is departed mostly now. But I can get that uploaded and that invoice uploaded. This invoice is related to a different contract with West Company versus the economic development coordinator role that they're providing, right? So you have at least two different contracts with West Company. That was the confusion at in my office as to what report to upload. And what was sent to us was this report by the department. It was not for the economic development coordinator position. So you will have a new report that is related to that contract on the 8th. This invoice, the redacted that you'll see, we'll upload it today or tomorrow.
And it's not related to the reporting.
It's not related to the economic development coordinator role.
I understand we're looking at the wrong document, but now I'm more curious why the names are redacted. If they're about businesses are taking public money, I don't know that they get to have their name redacted.
No, again, that was on me, just doing that to protect the business. Again, this is not a typical report that I would bring forward invoices. But when you were looking for detail of the work that was being done, I was trying to display the work versus display the name.
Thank you. CEO report accepted. We're on item 4G, ledge platform. We don't have one?
No report today.
All right, supervisors reports. I have a couple comments here. Supervisor McGordy and the chair sent out the survey for assignments for next year. Supervisor McGordy may have been surprised that I'm not interested in a lot of those assignments. So quite a few of them are stale on our list. I've been on some that never meet the whole year. I think a couple years in a row they don't meet. I don't want to be assigned to a committee that never meets. There's some that just simply don't exist. And what I found is most of the problems, at least the ones on my radar, what people come to me about, are operational or structural in the county. And although some of the issues we take up, like the last one, Supervisor McGordy's 5 water projects, I think that's really critical. You don't have a county if you don't have water. A lot of what people interact with day to day with the county never hits those committees. And I guess I would like to focus next year on working on identifying some of the core problems, what it's like from the user's experience. You try to get a building permit, you try to get a business license, you try to get a hold of social services, try to interact with our departments and see what it's like firsthand. Those are the problems that we have to fix. Because although a lot of these other pet projects are exciting, 90% of interactions with the county are those core departments. It's people hitting a pothole and wondering how to get a hold of DOT. And I'm not complaining, but I think there is a structural problem that we have a county organization that's from the past that's not really being revamped. And it's taken me a whole term to figure out these committee assignments don't get to the heart of the matter. So I'm bringing this up. I'm curious if my colleagues have similar concerns. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, they're all over the place. Some of the committee assignments are, very active and very relevant, and some of them, like I've been on the Eel Russian River Commission, and I got a nasty gram from Fair Political Practices saying, "How come you haven't, filed a Form 700?" And in actual fact, I did. It was on my list, and they said, "Oh yeah, we made a mistake." And then I was asking about it. I said, "I don't, to your credit, I don't remember meeting with them." And she said, "Yes, they haven't met since 2019. So that was before I was on the board. So, I'm not sure that we need to have stale organizations. There's another one that I'm on that has to do with the biological opinion from the National Marine Fisheries Service and Sonoma County Water Agency and the Russian River. And again, that was from like 2014 or 2015. It's probably time for us to scratch some of those out. And again, kind of going to looking at each of us, we each have kind of core strengths, and I think of you as having amazing abilities in digital media and technology, and it seems like having you help some of the departments work through their problems where they can't get their software to work, you could probably walk in and help them. And I just wonder if that's more valuable than going to a CSAC meeting, which is also important. But again, we attend these things. We're on these committees to help our county. And that's, if I'm ever critical of RCRC, it's when I go to a meeting and there's nothing I can take home to help Mendocino County. I don't want to go to a meeting like that. So I kind of agree with you.
So is this something that the new chair should bring back? Or how do we want to move forward? Because the clerk is in a position of querying like he's supposed to. I think it's our job to tell him what's relevant and how we want to organize ourselves.
It's probably a conversation we should have as a group as to what do we want to do and participate in. I did go ahead and put together assignments. You'll be getting them shortly. So if anybody doesn't like what they got, call me and we can work through it. But I think on the bigger picture, yeah, we should probably have a conversation as to whether we continue to support some of the organizations we belong to or committees.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I think another thing is we really need to look at the ad hoc committees we have and make sure that they're all functioning, meeting, and doing what they're assigned to do. Because at one point in time, believe it or not, we thought those ad hoc committees had a job to do. And if they haven't met for the last year, then something's happened. And I think that's why we're supposed to be having these reports right now, is that every month the ad hocs are supposed to be reporting out about what they're doing. And if they're not doing anything, then we need to kind of, as a board, we need to be saying, hey, well, at one point we thought this was important, now we don't, or keep working on it.
Yeah, I think we have that on the agenda for December. Yep. But I agree. Any other supervisors' reports?
So I'd like to add Supervisor Williams. So along those lines, there are most of our committees I think are important and do important work, but in addition to the handful that never meet, that you're talking about, sort of the obscure ones, there's also some that have had an active role in the past, but just due to staff changes, have really just sort of bogged down into bureaucratic morass. And so Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority, otherwise known as Mendocino Recycle, for years was a highly functioning organization due to the staff that it had. And it's had tremendous staff turnover. I joined the board about 2.5 years ago. Seeing that staff turnover, it's just gotten worse. We're on the cusp of recommending or approving a contract for CNS to provide the Hasmobile throughout the county, the grant management, et cetera. And we won't need to meet monthly. And all we talk about right now is, what's not working. And instead we'll have CNS provide the service. Maybe that's a board that might only need to meet quarterly. We're setting goals, seeing the targets being met. But I guess I'm just giving that as an example that, maybe some of the boards we're on are currently maybe meeting monthly, and maybe they need to go to quarterly meetings because, the focus of the meetings need to change. So that's just another observation.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, at the last meeting, we had the public hearing about the closure of the 2 roads in Brook Trails, Dogwood Terrace and Dogwood Lane. I'd like to thank Supervisor Mulherin for going up there and helping clean up. And I'd really like to thank Howard DeShiel and the Department of Transportation, because the day after I went up there and they'd already closed it off and put huge boulders there. And so after it was cleaned up. And so really that was county government doing what it's supposed to do. Thank you.
Are we ready to adjourn? Meeting adjourned, 8:06. Was it 6:06? It went from being an ice box to just...